September 17th, 2025. Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers, and welcome back to Conversations of Consequence, where each month I feature one of the important voices of our time to weigh in on the incredible events that are unfolding before our very eyes in this global defense war as we fight to take back our country, restore our freedoms, and enter into the golden age. And joining us here today for an engaging conversation is my special guest and good friend, Michael Jaco. Michael Jaco is a retired veteran with over 24 years in naval special warfare and over 2 years in naval diving and salvage, over 11 years as a contract and direct contract security operative for the U.S. State Department and CIA operations in combat zones. Michael has dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments. Michael has demonstrated exceptional interpersonal and public relations skills with documented success in leadership and management roles and an extraordinary ability to determine group dynamics that allow a strong rapport at all levels. Extensive background in both basic and advanced SEAL tactics, high-risk training and interagency programs with proven expertise in risk management, risk mitigation, and conflict resolution. Michael Jaco is a powerful intuitive that helped him survive and thrive after his military and government service. Perhaps he will share with us some examples of his innate talent and how he has used this in military intelligence and in his civilian life. And so Michael has also, as many of you well know, is a popular podcast platform and is also a wartime correspondent on the monthly panel show that I am the host of and produce called The Global Defense War. Michael joins us every month on that panel, and he joins me right now. Please welcome Michael Jaco.
Thank you, John.
Good to see you, Mike.
Good to see you.
I'd like to talk with thank you. I'd like to talk with you about your service in various capacities to this country, your intuitive skills and experiences, as well as have you weigh in on the current events. So we're going to get there, folks, including the Charlie Kirk event, which has galvanized this world. Perhaps it's the shot heard around the world, I don't know. But before we get to that, let's wind the clock back, if you will, Michael, just a couple of years. At about what age were you when you decided to serve in military and intelligence capacity? And what was the inspiration, a person or a triggering event? What was it that put you onto this incredible journey and pathway that you're still on and have been on, as we mentioned in the introduction, for 34 years?
Well, I saw the movie Frogmen with Richard, I think it was Widmark. And that movie influenced me, and I was like, that's what I'm going to do when I grow up. They're World War II era movie. It's pretty much a documentary, if you will, to a certain extent, of capabilities of Navy frogmen. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do. And eventually, once I went into the Navy, I was like, I'm going into the SEAL team. So President Kennedy in 1962 created the Navy SEAL teams. And I said, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. And then once I got into the SEAL teams, I was like, well, I keep striving for the highest level. So I wanted to go to SEAL Team 6, which is the pinnacle of being a Navy SEAL. Went to SEAL Team 6, and I was actually in a combat operations in Panama. And then I was like, well, another dream that I had was to be like a James Bond type guy. Once I got out of the SEAL teams, I went into contracting for the CIA through Blackwater, and eventually I became a direct hire through the CIA. And I went to combat zones all over the world. Now, my intuitive abilities, that's when they really started to come out. And I was able to, know when attacks were coming and so forth. Very, very amazing skills.
Yeah, well, that gift on the intuitive level is, perhaps we'll jump into it a little bit later. More than likely saved a lot of lives and served you and your team in military on the ground, thus serving this country. Interesting that you've these movies and so forth inspired you and you actually became what you envisioned yourself to do. That's a wonderful thing, because most people that go through this journey called life don't get there. So congratulations to you, and the mark you've left is probably not even measurable. And you're, in terms of your past work, of course, you're still at it in a different capacity today. So Mike, you've dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government, again, in high-risk environments. While I'm sure there are many, many particular moments or missions or events, is there any that you can and feel comfortable sharing with us, maybe a specific or two regarding the experience and your intuition and how that was applied, perhaps in combat? And I'm sure our viewers would be highly interested in learning about that. And I know, look, a lot of folks, they watching this, they all know who Michael Jaco is. But you know what, Mike? As you well know, there's a lot of people waking up every hour in this country and world, and they are just learning about you. So this will be a great episode for those folks, and even those that know Michael. Perhaps we'll pick up a few new things here. So would you share something with us, Michael, about those skills and how they were applied, perhaps in a given situation? A storyline, if you want to share that with us. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So I pretty much developed my skills, my intuitive skills, over a period of time. In the SEAL teams, there were some of us that had these abilities to kind of know things. I would gravitate to some of those guys. Not all of us developed them, but some of us were a little bit of a standout. I noticed it from Vietnam veterans and so forth. They seemed to know things. Where we would do training missions, and they would like hold us up. It was like right up ahead, they have an ambush set up for us, and we got to walk through it anyway for training. So, but they had these incredible abilities, and I started to see that, and I was like, I want to have that too. I think that's incredible. So they actually start, because like we just talked about, the things you focus on most are the things you eventually will attract you. So being very, very disciplined and very, very focused, I was able to attract some of those capabilities to myself. And so they continue to excel and get better and better over time. One of the things that I did when I went into the CIA was to start to really tap into those skills. Just before I went into the CIA, I went through what I call a remote viewing course. And it was a Native American course where I did very spiritual work. I learned how to meditate on a deep level and send my consciousness out to. At the time, it was just to view the trail, and I was able to accurately view a trail that I'd never been down before in detail. So it's like, this stuff is real. So I started to utilize that in combat zones. Before my groups would go out, I would remote view the road up ahead, and if there was a threat that I could see, I would hold up my team until the threat was removed by some Army movements, or unfortunately, someone got the blast that maybe had been intended for us. So those skills started to advance. They get better and better over time. I started to get to the point where I could see into the future a couple of days and see events that were coming. So I just kind of like asked myself, okay, what is coming that could affect us? And one of those was I saw an attack coming. I was on the Ambassador Bremer detail, and I was like, we can't go out this gate on this day. I knew there was going to be some kind of blast. At the time, there were no attacks in Iraq. We had just taken down Saddam Hussein. He was in prison. Everything seemed to be great. The Marines had come through, basically taken over all of Iraq. There was no problems. But I just had this really strong feeling, and I always trusted my intuition when they were that strong, that if we went out the gate on a 9:30 in the morning to go shoot on the range, that it would not be good. So I devised a way that I could, keep the team from going out during that time frame. I said, let's stop, let's slow down. I want to brief this. And so I was briefing, and I was like, that time was coming up, and I was like, what is going to happen? Am I going to look like a knucklehead here? And then at 9:30, there was a massive blast, and it was at the gate that I anticipated there was going to be an attack, and then another blast. So it was 2 car bombs that came up on the gate. It was the first car bombs that had been used, and that I probably first time in I don't know if the first time, probably not the first time in history, but definitely the first time in Iraq during that time frame. We would have been going through that gate. I don't know if we were targeted. They somehow found out what we were going to be doing or what happened, but I knew not to do that. We ran up onto the roof. We're at the palace, Saddam Hussein's palace, and we ran up to the roof and we looked out, and there was just mayhem out there. So that was one of the early, really strong indications that I have this ability that can really help humanity. And then fast forward, so this is I think one of the best ones that came out of this, and that was finding Osama bin Laden, because had been looking for Osama bin Laden for years, and it was everyone in the CIA was looking for him, the military was looking for him. I started to focus on him, and I was like, where is Osama bin Laden? And I felt that he was in Pakistan, where I was and I had been for quite some time. So I just started sending him love. So there's one of the things that we can do is influence environments. So I'd learned how to find different terrorist groups or sources, heads of, and first one I saw was Zarqawi. I had surrounded Zarqawi with love, and eventually within a year, Zarqawi was taken out. And that was by SEAL Team 6 guys. They basically came in and targeted a laser target designator on his compound and blew it up, and then they got his remains and made sure it was him. So I'd been involved in a couple of those from a spiritual aspect, and had targeted. I felt led by God, the angelic realm, if you will, to actually focus on some of these particular really bad people, terrorists that were killing a lot of people, and so bin Laden was one of them. We've been looking for him for a long time. Everybody was like, if we get bin Laden, then that's going to be the turning point. That was pie in the sky, as we know now. But so we were looking for him, and so I'm focused on him. And we had a doctor that we were meeting with, and I was in this one city in Pakistan, and so we were meeting with this doctor. And this doctor would go down to the border and work with the terrorists. He would, fix them up after they've been across the border, whatever. He would fix them. And so we're trying to get information from him. You've seen Osama bin Laden? He's like, no, haven't seen him. Don't know anything about it. No one knows anything about him, where he is, anything. So the case officer that I was working with, she was like, I think I'm going to dump this guy, because that was kind of their standard at the time. They would work with people. And if they didn't lead them to bin Laden, because everybody was really focused on getting bin Laden, they would dump them and find somebody else. So the case officer I was working with, she's like, I'm going to dump this guy. And I just had that intuition that he was going to lead us to bin Laden. And I told her, we don't dump this guy. I think he's going to lead us to bin Laden. That's what I'm getting. And a lot of people that I work with downrange knew that I had these capabilities, intuition and so forth. And she's like, okay. So we did work with him a little bit longer, and he was the doctor that actually went into the compound where bin Laden was and where his kids were. And he did the tongue suppressor thing to check him out. And he took the tongue suppressors and put them in his bag, and they brought those tongue suppressors back. They did the DNA test, and it's like, that's bin Laden's kids. And so they knew he was in that compound. So fast forward, maybe months later, it was SEAL Team 6, and I was at SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron. So Red Squadron was the squadron that I was at. So you have these, things that happen to you over synchronicities that happen to you over time to kind of give you an idea that you're on the right track, or, the things that you're focused on are correct. So I focused on, like I said, Osama bin Laden, sending him love. And, some are like, well, please don't send me love. If I sent most of you love, you would power up and you'd be good. But if I send love to someone that's dark, has dark energy, demonic realm type stuff, then it's going to lessen their capabilities within that realm, because they don't do well in that love frequency. So I'm basically lessening their energy fields and making them vulnerable. So it attracted basically my old SEAL team to come in and take him out. So my old SEAL team came in. That's where they came in with a helicopter, the one that, kind of the tail crashed, and fortunately the guy survived. And then another helicopter came in and dropped off some more guys. And I think they were using fast ropes. And probably the fast rope, they were trying to come in too low, and the fast rope, the prop blast, took the helicopter and took it down. That's my thoughts on that. But anyway, they go in, and they take out Osama bin Laden. And it's interesting because the dog that they were using, so we have bomb sniffing dogs and dogs that are attack dogs. This particular dog that they had on their mission was a dog that I'd worked with during Ambassador Bremer's detail. And this dog was like a great dog, and Malamute, or I think that's what they're called. Beautiful dog, sweet dog, but he had this crazy little thing where if you were petting him, one of my SEAL buddies was petting him, and he just went rah, 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 right at his crotch. And I was like, okay, we're going to have to put this dog off. He's not going to be able to work with us anymore. Can't be around Ambassador Bremer and, going crazy like that. So unfortunately, we brought in another dog, and the other dog, of course, the blind sniffer dog. It was great. No problem. So this dog, I went to another site, working for the State Department, where it was in Diwania, and this dog happened to be at that site. So I come into the room where the dog is, because I'm in charge of everyone that's there, security wise, and I see the dog, and I'm like, oh, that's the dog we had to get rid of. And the dog trainer was like, I'll make sure he's not around everybody. I was like, okay, he's a great dog, just make sure, and that's great. So eventually that dog goes, and the SEAL Team 6 guys get him. So we're, still trading him off. He goes to Afghanistan now. And, the SEAL Team 6, my old squadron, gets the dog, and the dog is really protective of other dogs that come in. So he's like, rah, 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 the SEAL Team 6 guys, and they're like, oh, he's a crazy dog. He's just like we are. We're all crazy, so he'll work. So that was a dog that went on that. So it was my SEAL team that went in, SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron, and the dog that I had, basically helped stay in service. Very, very amazing synchronicities that happen in life. These are some of the things I like to teach people, tapping into these higher consciousness realms. You see a synchronicity. A synchronicity is something that's very odd, but, kind of relates to what you're doing. And it basically guides you that you're on the right path. Everything you're doing, stay on this path and do well. So that's one of the big ones, a couple of big ones that I was involved with over time.
I'd say so. Those intuitive skills, as you shared the stories with us, are actually part of history, and have actually changed the course of history. If you think this through, it's pretty remarkable. And we thank you for your service and for these incredible gifts you have. You answered a question I was going to ask. Thanks for clarifying. The question would have been, why sending love? And now we have a better understanding because you've delved into that. I'm just curious, like I asked you earlier, when did you decide, what triggered you to get on the pathway of the career and service that you had? I asked the same question about your intuitive skills. While you mentioned the Vietnam veterans and so forth was a triggering event, did you have any conscious or subconscious awareness that you could reflect upon today that of these intuitive skills, perhaps even before the Vietnam experience, maybe earlier on in life? Go ahead. It looks like you're saying yes. You want to share some of that with us?
Question.
Yeah.
So when I was very small, I was pretty sickly. Had lung issues, and my parents and family didn't think that I was going to survive, and so I didn't know that. When I got better, I remember I would see an angel. An angel would come, and I was like, "Oh, there's an angel. I'm going to get better now." And the next day, I would be up and I would be about. So the angels were watching over me. I knew they were watching over me. I would tell my mother, "Everything's going to be okay. The angels are always there." And grown-ups, most people are like, "Oh, that's child's imagination. So okay, yeah. Well, show me the next time you see the angel." And so there were several instances. Like I said, I was pretty sickly, and I would see angel after angel after angel. I remember their size and their shapes, and what they would wear. One of them was very interesting because now that I look back on it, it was wearing medieval clothing, like from the Renaissance and so forth. And I thought that was kind of unusual because people didn't wear that kind of clothing anymore. Usually they're in like these robes and so forth, or like very shimmering type of gown type things, and they were kind of masculine, kind of feminine, so a cross between that. The last one that I saw was Archangel Michael, and Archangel Michael, the angels would communicate with me telepathically. So Archangel Michael said, but I went through SEAL training and diving training, all that kind of stuff. So I've been able to master it and overcome it. But it is pretty impressive. I had another Archangel Michael experience in Iraq again, where I saw my death, and I said to myself when I saw my body blown to pieces, I was like, oh, I'm not having an out of body experience. I'm having this is my last time here on earth. I'm going to go to the other side, I guess. And then I got this present. I felt this presence, and I look up, and there was Archangel Michael again. Huge wingspan, but this time the wings are out. Before, the wings were, in. So I got to see, and I was like, oh, it's like amazing. And then I felt this love energy come at me and just light me up. And that's why I'm the guy that does the love now, because I got that love energy from Archangel Michael, and I project it out now in this reality. So it's pretty amazing. So I went back in time, back into my body, and I sat up, and it's like, boom, huge explosion off in the distance. And I was like, that angel saved me. So it deflected the missile that was coming in to, blow me up. So very, very interesting, things that happen to you. Like I talk about when you're on this path, you never know where it's going to lead you. It's pretty impressive. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an incredible story and an experience and journey. You are one of the called, clearly, that have been protected and guided and chosen, and you certainly have answered the call through the work that you've done. And pretty amazing. It's my understanding, I'm not that well schooled in the archangel world. I know that Archangel Michael has a specific role. Would that be phrased properly? If so, what is that? And you mentioned very big. It's also my understanding that we're spiritual beings, and of course, and the gravity in our bodies, 5 feet, 6 feet tall, whatever we are, inhibits our true self. So it doesn't surprise me that an archangel might be 20 feet tall, because maybe that's why we feel so good when we're in a building that's got tall ceilings. Oh, my apartment or my home's 18-foot ceilings, and you feel good there because maybe we're that big, or am I just in Looney Tune land? And what's Archangel Michael's role or duty if you're able to? You have a relationship of sort and experience. Perhaps you can comment on that.
Yeah, it's Archangel Michael is the guardian of warriors, and he obviously protects everyone. Though anyone can call Archangel Michael in for protection. He has a sword, and that's one of the reasons why he's a sword warrior. But there's a lot of pictures. And this was another thing. I wrote a book called The Intuitive Warrior, and about this period of time that I'm speaking of. And there was like a group, boys club of Paris, wanted me to come and talk about it. It's like they were going to do a year of sending out positive energy for peace. They were going to meditate on it. And I was like, wow. So they invited me. And they paid all my expenses. My wife and I came out there for a couple of weeks, and we, had conversations with them. I was touring Paris and just walking the streets just randomly, and I come around this corner, and there is Archangel Michael. There's a huge statue of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet. And I was like, that is the angel that I saw. It's the perfect statue of Archangel Michael. So it's a fountain in Paris of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet, and he's got a spear that he's like pinning the devil down. That's similar to what I do, kind of like what I described when I send the love to these different negative groups here or beings here on Earth, I see demonic figures on them. And so I surround them with that love light. So it's kind of like I'm one of Archangel Michael's angels here on Earth, fighting the demonic realm and fighting evil, but also helping to uplift people. And that's one of the most powerful and most important things that I do, I feel.
Wow, the terms that comes to my mind, you've been deputized by Archangel Michael to serve on everyone in his behalf. Well done, my good and faithful son, as someone once said. You speak of love. Of course, love is the highest vibrational energy there is. That's impenetrable from darkness. I'm not an expert, perhaps, of these terms, but MLK's got some great quotes on love and hate and this sort of a thing. And you shared some personal journeys and experiences on that. I want to move us forward because I know our audience also wants to eavesdrop on our conversation about what you think transpired recently concerning Charlie Kirk. And we are going to get to that. But before we do, when was it that you launched your podcast and what inspired you to do that at that time? And I'd be curious to know about that.
Yeah, so my podcast is kind of like a progressive type thing. I remember I was doing going into combat zones. I did that for like well over 11 years, 12 years for the CIA. One combat zone after another, back to back, very little time off. And then, things happened, fell out of favor with the CIA. So I was like, okay, it's time to move along. And which is kind of strange because everyone loved me, but there's a group within the CIA that wants to control people with my capabilities, and they couldn't control me. So they wanted to destroy me. So it's like, okay, I got to move along. And so I went into the wilderness. I did the Pacific Crest Trail. For me, being in nature, like we were both talking about before the show as well, is really activates my spirituality. And so that's been the way I've been since I was a little kid. And I was like, okay, I need to take some time off. I need to go in the woods. I need to decompress. So I decided to walk the Pacific Crest Trail. It's like 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles, however long it is. So I started at Mexico, and I started working my way up, made it all the way through California, through Oregon. But during that time frame, I had thought that I was done. I was done with humanity. I was just going to go out and live in the wilderness for the rest of my life. And so that was my dream. But during that time frame, walking the Pacific Crest Trail, I started to get the calmness that comes, with being in touch with nature and so forth, getting back to my real self. And I got that I was going to come back and start teaching humanity all the things that I learned. And I was like, oh God, do I have to really? Yes, you're going to do that. So that I had that conversation for quite some time. And then eventually I got excited about it. And I was like, I could do these courses. And so I started writing down, the outline for these courses. Then I came back and I built these courses. And at the time, there was online courses were the most successful thing you could do as a business. I was like, okay, I started a new business. So I was like, okay. So in my understanding, I'd always gone to courses and physically gone to courses to learn. But this was like a new thing, an online course. So I got that, build it and they will come. I kept getting that, it's like, that sounds like that Kevin Costner movie. So I started building these courses out, and they were semi-successful initially. And so I built a few courses, and some people came. I was still doing physical courses where people would come and I would teach them things I'd learned over time.
Very interesting. Well, hopefully I'll remember later. I want to go through a certain line of questioning here, but I want to come back to that perhaps at a closing comment of what you see, if anything, on the horizon. Before we get there, the mainstream media lashed out against it. the Department of Homeland Security at one point, perhaps even still to today, I'm not sure, labeled Q a domestic terror organization or something of the sort years back, I recall. And of course, the legacy media, railed against it and hit Trump with gotcha questions and so forth. How would you best define Q?
Q is a inside deep cover intel source. And it's not just intel. There's actually operatives that are attached to Q that I believe carry out missions. So when I was at SEAL Team 6, I give you the example. When I went to SEAL Team 6, it took me a few years being in the SEAL teams, and then I went through the screening process and was selected, and then went to SEAL Team 6. I remember seeing a lot of the guys just like old homeschool. It's like you walk in, it's like, hey, I haven't seen you in years. This is where you've been, So, but they're there. They're operating. They're on a high level. I remember being there for, the period of time that I was there. And the same thing. I would see guys and they're like, oh, this is where you went. I didn't know where you went. You kind of disappeared. So there is that group that's out there. Now we get contacted on a certain level by some of these individuals. And I'm not going to say definitively that some of these people, like a Juan O'Saban or anyone like that, is definitely connected with that. But they're, from all the conversations I've had with Juan, he seems to be either in touch or very deeply involved with that. And so I know that there are many people over the years that I was involved with in SEAL teams and Delta, the highest levels, that disappeared into some of that organization. So it is a very positive organization. Obviously, it's looking out for, we call them the white hats. They're trying to take down this negative group within the military as well, but in the political realm and so forth, that has done a lot of evil against humanity. Kind of like those demons that were attached to some of those terrorists out there that I worked on. You have a Q group that's out there, are intimately involved, really, with taking down this dark realm that's trying to really control humanity to a point where we're complete slaves to them. We've talked about this on several shows, so I'm not going to belabor that too much here. But it is a great problem for humanity right now. But I think we've turned the corner, and we're moving in a direction that's very positive going forward.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I feel it myself, that in this battle between good and evil, that evil just got knocked down a notch. And I think the momentum that we have now is unstoppable and very dangerous. And we'll talk about some of the dangers that you might see coming down the pike in a bit. So look, we are, of course, at war. And I want to say this about Q. In my opinion, and I'm curious what your opinion is, if the Q operation wasn't launched, and of course, it's probably been around longer than I'm aware of, but when the Q, frame it the question this way: when the Q drops began on the board, all right, back then, how many years back that's has been, I believe that without those Q drops, waking us up, guiding us to do our own research, to solve problems, the crumbs and the clues, the information and disinformation for lots of reasons. I believe if it weren't for the Q operation surfacing on the boards for us, I don't think we'd be where we are at this stage of the game in the war. I don't think it would have worked without that. Yes, it's God, the supreme being, universal power. It's Trump. It's the military. It's the white hats. But it's also we, the people. We were needed in this operation. Would you concur? Am I over acknowledging we, the people's role, and how without Q, we might not be as advanced in this battle as we are? Am I crazy, or what's your view of that?
No, that's absolutely right. Synergistically, we, the people, and Q working together. So they keep us informed. They enlighten us. They help awaken us to the issues that are, facing us. More and more people are waking up to this. You don't need to know that it's Q You don't need to know that you've awakened. I've heard a lot of people that have, shared my information with people for years, and they go to the hairdresser, and the hairdresser tells them something, and they're like, they come running back. It's like, oh, I know all this. I know all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, I've been telling you that for years, but that's kind of like a slow drip, like you're talking about. So the slow drip basically has been waking people up, and I think it's magnificent. I remember looking back, 5 years and what we're facing. I was like, wow, there's going to be some serious conflict, but we've avoided that. People asked me for years, are we going into civil war? And I said, no, but I believe that we'll probably see some action going forward. And we're kind of moving in that direction right now. And it's just quickly picking up speed.
Well, yeah, I would agree. We certainly have seen some action with the deployment of weather weapons and weather modification and geoengineering and all those catastrophes like Maui and the Carolinas, and you can go back to Katrina if you really want to look at it, and so forth. But talk about some of the other dangers coming in a bit down the road. Look, I want to just state this. We are, of course, at war. How would you best describe the war that our country, America, and the world for that matter, has been and is presently engaged in? How would you best describe the nature of this war? Because it's quite different from previous wars. So define that for us. And are we winning the war? The two-part question.
Obviously, we take some pretty significant licks. We talked about 9/11. That was a pretty significant lick we took. Now, a lot of people were like, well, the White Hats, weren't they involved then? I believe they were. I think they were activated probably during the time frame of JFK assassination. I think that's probably at least the earliest, well, maybe even earlier, but I think it's very significantly when they started from that point on, because it was military and CIA and so forth that were involved in basically making a decision to assassinate JFK because they felt he was treasonous for dealing with Russia. And so it's always been about Russia, Russia, Russia. We know that. That's what President Trump has talked about. So all the way back then, they were like, having issues with Russia because they wanted to, control the world, and Russia was not going to be there with them. Allow that to happen. China, another one. So we're seeing a lot of pushback on that, but I think that we're moving in a very fast direction. President Trump has said that, we could probably just have, the IRS go away. We don't need them anymore. We're making so much money from, charging other countries, money for delivering stuff to our, that's what we used to do. And maybe we don't even need the Federal Reserve. And so he keeps alluding to this. It's basically prepping the consciousness of Americans for the coming takedown on a more deliberate and massive scale of this criminal organization, this mafia group that's been running the United States since I think 1876, somewhere around there. So when President Grant was there, so they came in and compromised him and made him, go along with, taking back America from us and taking it over for the deep state. So we've sealed the border. We're using directed energy weapons now against them. So these boats that we've seen they said they got hit by missile strikes. Well, a missile strike, if it hits a boat, is going to blow it to pieces. It's going to sink right away. So these boats are basically catching on fire and they're staying on the surface, very much like a directed energy weapon. So the directed energy weapons are now in the possession of the good guys. And we haven't seen any directed energy weapon attacks lately, have we? And we haven't seen these crazy storms that were predicted, which I actually predicted we would have very significant hurricanes this year. We haven't had really any of them so far. So it seems like things are moving in the opposite direction. Same thing with earthquakes and tsunamis and so forth. I predict there will be significant ones, and we haven't seen significant ones yet, at least here in the United States. Hopefully, God willing, please. So prayer for that. We won't see them here in America, but I promise you they are trying to do that, and they've probably been stopped out at this point.
Wow, you unpacked a lot there. I'll pedal back quickly on the warp speed. I'm glad you addressed it and covered it the way you did. A lot of our probably mutual friends, our esteemed doctors, I won't mention their names, but these are great warriors. These are wonderful people that have done tremendous work, a great sacrifice on behalf of humanity. A lot of people paid a big price for it. They're good people. They're our friends, but they've had a tough time in understanding Trump's strategy. And I think it's with RFK doing what he's doing in his role there, and Trump doing what he's doing, he's even now changed at least the optics of his narrative.
Oh, yeah.
And you sort of peel back the curtain a bit, pulled back the curtain a bit on what warp speed was about and how it actually saved lives. And I'm glad you put that down on the record. I want to also pedal back to the unlikely alliance. You know, we had 9/11 G.W. Bush telling us what the axis of evil was, but I would say the axis of evil would be more like the Vatican, Washington, D.C., and London, perhaps, versus what they were trying to sell us. In fact, that axis of evil turns out to be an axis of power. I'd like you to get on the record briefly and tell me if you would agree that Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, and perhaps to some extent Rocket Man Kim Jong-un are working in some sort of behind-the-scenes alliance against the globalist New World Order plan, or is that lunacy statement?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you a little insight. I haven't shared this with anyone before. Kim Jong-un was one of my targets to send the love to. And I remember sending the love to him. And I've reached a point now, or I used to do it from a distance, but I come right in now. And if they have an attachment, then I basically take that attachment away. Armor of God, I come in and I basically just annihilate. I send them to the light or whatever demonic that's on someone now. I couldn't do that in the beginning. I had to do it from a distance, but now I just come right in and take care of business. But I started to do that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh my God. It looked almost just like Kim Jong-un. It's very interesting because usually they're very scary looking. So I was like, okay, this is probably going to work out good. So I felt that Kim Jong-un was going to shift, and I've never ever seen anyone shift before. Some of the ones I've worked on in the political realm were Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala. I took off their demons, and they're pretty much, gone now. So I did that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh, his demon ran away, and I was like, wow, okay, that worked out pretty good. So then I came back later to check, and Kim Jong-un had a massive demonic army ready to take me on. So I called in the angelic realm, and there was quite a battle, and they were defeated. I know it sounds like crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm the guy that has to sound crazy, but these wars go on a different level. And so that battle, that war was won by the angelic realm. Now remember, it wasn't, I could probably tell you the time frame, but the time frame was like about a year before President Trump stepped over the line. And I had started to tell everybody was like, Kim Jong-un is going to blow the world up. And I was like, nope, it's not going to blow the world up. Everything's changed now because of that incident. So remember, President Trump stepped over the demilitarized zone, South Korea,
Sure.
North Korea, first president ever done that. And shook hands with Kim Jong-un. And if he had probably stayed president for the next, 4 years, we'd probably see, casinos or something, high-rise hotels in North Korea by this time. But, the deep state has their way sometimes. And we make inroads, but we get pushed back. We make inroads, we get pushed back. But the inroads are getting to the point where, like we're talking about, we have almost all the control now. So the directed energy weapon and the high tech stuff was something that they had control of it, and now the white hats have it, and the white hats are going into taking out Venezuela now. a lot of these things that we see when I was at, when I was at, I think I can say this. It's been so long. When I was at SEAL Team 6, we had a mission to go into Venezuela. And I'm talking 40 plus years ago. So they have these missions. The deep state has these missions too, of course, because they had planned on using JFK to, attack Americans and cause a war with Cuba and Russia. And President Kennedy was like, so they had to put that plan on the back burner. Well, that plan was 9/11. They brought it back out. So there's all these plans by the dark hats and the white hats. And the white hats have this plan to basically go into Venezuela and take down that evil, control that's down there. And we were planning that for a long time. So it looks like those plans are in operation now. And like I said, directed energy weapons are being used on those boats coming out of Venezuela now. So that's sending quite a message, not only to the Venezuelans who would maybe want to put up a fight, like we saw that, they're like, amassing their whole population to fight America. They're probably paying them to make a show on camera, but that's probably causing a lot of pause with the capabilities that we're showing right now. And the same thing with the deep state. The deep state's got to know now. The white hats have our technology now. So I think things are changing on a very quick, very fast, very massive scale.
Yeah, that's good to hear, particularly on the weather weapons, because they're completely out of the people's control and they're devastating. And I know there's a bill moving through Congress at some stage or another to stop the spraying, the chemtrails, if you want to call it that. So I guess we're approaching this in Congress as well as in other ways. And, you mentioned Kim Jong-un. That's a fascinating story you shared with us. Thank you for doing that. It reminds me of, I love President Trump's humor from time to time, but it reminds me back then, if you recall, fake news was banging the drum hard at the time, once again, that Kim Jong-un was going to deliver us a nuclear bomb for Christmas. And I remember seeing Trump at was unofficially the White House, I would say, Mar-a-Lago during his unofficial presidency for 4 years. Command Central became Mar-a-Lago, and he was sitting there at his desk. And I remember, because it was filmed, and they asked him about, you concerned about a nuclear bomb coming as a gift from Kim Jong-un for Christmas? And Trump's response, and I'm paraphrasing, was, I think he's going to send me a vase. he just downplayed it completely, and that was the soundbite, and it was wonderful. And of course, the nuke never hit. But back to the alliance, would you agree to an extent? And I realize the optics are terrible. I'm very well aware, and General Flynn has informed us, of course, and we know about China's infiltration and the dangers of China and the atrocities that they commit over there in their country, and their infiltration here through the border and our institutions and the land they own. And I'm not ignorant to these issues, but we are in a PSYOP war. No one knows that these operations are better than someone like yourself. So being that as it may, would you say that Kim Jong, on the big picture, the 40,000 or 100,000 foot view on this trajectory towards bringing peace to the planet, would you say that Xi Jinping from China, Vladimir Putin and Trump, and perhaps Kim Jong-un are working in some capacity together against the true enemies of evil, the enemies of freedom? Do you see that? And if so, do you have any particular insights you can share besides just a notion that I have?
Yeah, and it's a battle across the world. You can have, like President Trump, you can have a great guy in office that wants peace and is pushing for peace, but then you have these groups that have been in power for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, in some of these countries like China and Russia, and here in America for hundreds of years. In the background, we think we won the war against Britain, but not so much. So we have to overcome these forces. So these forces are there. to be overcome. And it's a delicate situation because if you push too hard, then they're going to push back harder. So you have to know when to hit. It's got to be an ambush type thing, surprise them, and then they don't know how to respond. They have a little time, and we can move faster and other areas and take other areas down. But here in the United States, we do have Chinese that are like videotaping our bases on a daily basis. I've heard this from many sources. They're not, again, the press isn't putting that out. Surprise, surprise. Here we are putting it out here, so everyone can be informed that, they're good people in these countries that want to have peace and want to, take humanity on a good position. But there's also negative forces in all these countries, and we have to learn how to delicately, in some cases, and then more aggressively in others, take some of these forces down, take them out. I think that's part of the ICE movement that we're seeing across the country, and then the National Guard coming in, and the military to back them up if necessary, like the Marines and so forth. We are doing that on a very delicate basis. We have Chicago, which is probably one of the worst places. Juan O'Savin has talked about how there are nukes that are loose out there, and I can tell you there are nukes that are loose out there. Having been in the CIA and, like I said, in the SEAL teams, and our focus for probably most of my career, well over 30 years, in the early days, we were just like all about fighting Russia, and then when Russia or the Soviet Union, then Russia collapsed, it was about finding the nukes that Russia let spread all over the world. So there are nukes that we know that are out there, and one of those places is Chicago. Chicago has been identified as a possible place, according to Juan. But I have heard that from a lot of sources over the years, that there were a couple, 2, 3, maybe even 4, 5 even nukes that were positioned for being activated here in the United States. Now, over time, those nukes, if they're not, they have to be serviced and so forth. I don't know how that's working out. You just can't place a nuke somewhere and expect it's going to go off 50 years after you place it there. But I think we do definitely have to be, tiptoeing on some of these areas. Chicago, Trump was like, pressing hard. He was going to send the National Guard in Chicago. The people want it. There's horrific things that are going on in Chicago. The number of deaths, that's being suppressed again by the press. So the number of deaths in a lot of these cities is significant. The corruption, stealing money that's supposed to be going to roads or helping people, homeless and so forth, is going to people's pockets that don't deserve it whatsoever. And finding those people and holding them accountable is way down the list when you think about a nuke that's possibly in these cities. If you go in and you start cleaning up, they're just going to nuke the place. So this is what we know the deep state, has the capability of doing, releasing bioweapons on the whole world. Yeah. And then, yes. As much as we've tried to inform people about this, there's still a massive number of people that are still getting,
still driving around in their car with their masks on 5 years later. I understand what you're saying. Yes,
and even more, it seems like I'm starting to see more and more people in masks again, and still getting booster shots. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It is crazy, especially now that it's out and being acknowledged officially by officials in government, where before it was just folks like you and I and our good doctor friends that didn't have that level of muscle. Well, we've got that now through RFK Jr., through President Trump being a little bit more overt about things now, as well as the DNI and so forth. So it's a perfect dovetail and segue, Michael, into this next question. When you were talking about the National Guard and Army Reserves on the streets of America, do you believe that, let me put the question out there and put a few disclaimers, because I think they're required. Do you believe the big arrests will be forthcoming soon? And when I say that, I know some of the audience saying it's already happened. they're already dead. We've taken out everybody. Well, some of that may be true, in my humble opinion. Some of those folks maybe not yet. But in my opinion, it doesn't really matter where I'm taking this question. Whether or not, let's say, the big names get arrested in the next few months, or they were already arrested and it will be shown and revealed. In either case, we get the same bump of the battle between good and evil coming up when that level of truth gets revealed. So it doesn't matter, folks, whether it happened or it didn't happen. It's going to take place in the consciousness and awareness through watching it as it unfolds. My question, now that I've stated that, is, well, A, do you believe the reveal and the big arrests are coming? And if so, do you also think that's the reason why President Trump years ago put the executive order in place and the changes to the Law of War manual that allows the National Guard to be federalized and you deployed the way they are, and Army Reserves? Does this go beyond cleaning up crime, which is a good thing, saving lives, making cities safe again? Is it go beyond cleaning up the homeless and helping them along in various capacities? Is it also to leave behind our forces, because perhaps during this quarter of the year, these big arrests will be revealed and or take place, and we want to be in position to protect the American people for the deep state's final death and destruction attack, because that's all they have left. That's how I connect the dots on this, but I'd like to know how you see it. It would be important to put on the record here.
Yeah, so it's same thing. It's all this stuff is already planned, but the implementation of it remains to be seen when that happens, and it's always at the commander's discretion of when he activates that and at what level. So you may see groups of arrests and then a pause and then groups of arrests, but we haven't seen any of that yet, at least openly. Yeah, I believe there's probably some stuff that's been happening on the backside. Some of these people that are out there don't look the same. So there seems to be some of that going on, but most people aren't seeing it, or most people aren't aware of it. When it does happen, then you're going to see a pushback. It would be like if I, go in and I take out the head of some terrorist organization, which we used to do. All right. And then someone is going to take their place. And maybe they were like holding back on using certain bombs, car bombs and so forth. And when that leader is taken out, you have a massive release of car bombs. So that kind of stuff, retaliation for some of these events is coming. What level of that is coming? What options do they have? Are we starting to take away their money source so they can afford to do that? Yes. So that is happening. The longer we wait, the less money they have, the less people they have involved, the more people that we can pull in through ICE and so forth and pull out of there, because we're going after the heavy duty guys that are probably causing a lot of these problems. So you got that going on. So at some point there probably will be someone, and probably in the background, because we have seen Washington, D.C. with National Guard go in. That's amazing thing. That's one of those 3 city states that you talked about earlier. You have London, City of London, you have the Vatican, you have D.C. So you've gone after one of those city states now. And President Trump put the flags up on either side of the White House, like, marking the ground as this is now United States property now. It's no longer the deep state. And then he brings in the troops to basically control it. Because his last administration, he had to go into the underground shelter because there, the riots reached a point where they just almost, breached the fence of the White House. So he's making sure that doesn't happen this time when things start to probably get crazy, when the arrests start to happen, like we're talking about. When the arrests start to happen, will one of those nukes go off? That's a possibility. Now, I know that they've had the sniffers out there, the nuke sniffers, for quite a long time, looking for those nukes. And some of the people that watch the aircraft and so forth have been reporting on that. We haven't seen as many of them as we used to. So that's a good sign. Maybe they've discovered some of them and taken them offline. So you have to take all those things into account. I've been on missions where we're getting ready to board the aircraft, and they're like, "No, stop, hold," and we're like, "Okay, is hold for how long?" It's like sometimes a few minutes, sometimes an hour, sometimes a day, and then you go. All right. So this is kind of the thing that we're at right now. We're at go time, but it's not totally go time. We have things that are happening, and we're probably going to talk about some of those things that are pretty amazing that are happening. We've had demonstrations all over the world, pushing
Yes.
back on the deep state.
Yes, we have. You raised some great concerns. So it leads me to this question. If we were using a chessboard, a global chessboard as a metaphor or analogy, on this chessboard of life and the war that humanity is engaged in, with America always, of course, front and center, on that chessboard, would you say, am I stretching it and being too optimistic if I stated that we've got the enemy at check in the game of chess? Are they at check, or are we not that far advanced?
We're definitely at check, right? And I think we're pushing back on a lot of different levels. It's so close to things unwinding on a massive scale. It's pretty amazing. I think it's going to be once that starts, it's going to be revelatory, and people are going to love it. But it's going to take probably a little bit more time. We'll see.
Yes. It's been great talking with you, Michael, and I'm glad we've had this opportunity to bring you into conversations of consequence. But we've got to talk about Charlie Kirk. Very sensitive topic. Both of us are sensitive to those sensitivities. We understand the pain and the aching and the loss and the suffering and so forth, and the shock. Charlie Kirk was a good man. Charlie Kirk trailblazed and helped President Trump get elected. Charlie Kirk was brave and did incredible work. Having said that, again, it's becoming rapidly a very divisive subject within our movement. And I will state here that there are many anomalies, many oddities, many things that make absolutely no sense to me, and many unanswered questions concerning this event as of very recent. Can you break this down for us? And I would expect there to be a percentage of people that won't agree with you, and that's perfectly okay. My message to everyone right now is we know who our enemy is. Let's collectively fight that enemy. Where we go one, we go all isn't just a fun slogan on the ship of state, if you will. It is something that we must do. You know this better than anyone, Michael. I have never served in the armed forces. I'm serving as a citizen patriot. But if this were a kinetic war, folks, I'm talking to our audience here. If this were a kinetic war and you're in the proverbial foxhole, with the guy you trained with, and the bullet, you're literally dodging bullets coming in at you. You want to sit down and have an argument with that guy for a few minutes about a tactic in the war you disagree with, or some aspect. That's what we're doing when we fight within right now about these galvanizing and yet divisive issues. So please, everyone, we're all entitled to our own analysis, our own views, and our own opinions of things. But I put on the record, again, as I just stated, there's a lot of unanswered questions for me, a lot of strange things that I have seen presented to the world with regards to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And Michael, you're someone, and I'm glad that I saved this for last, because those that are just learning of you can see your background, your skills, your experience, and your service. I think it's important for us to listen to what you saw with regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'll leave that open for you to come in now.
Yeah, and this is usually, where people, they have the million, what about this? What about this? Overall, like you said, we're at war. This was an act of war against us. And, how that played out, I think is going to be, very positive for us. We've already seen a lot of positives from this. Charlie Kirk was amazing, is amazing. I will say is amazing. His wife is amazing. Children, everything. Have high respect for him. Now, when I first looked at this, like I talked about, I looked at 9/11. I was like, this is a psyop. It's a false flag type thing. But who's running this? And so I started to look at it, look at the detail of it. You know, he's got security all around him. They're signing, they're making signals and so forth. Now, you either have to accept that all of his security and everyone around him is completely compromised by the deep state, which is impossible, right? Or there's something else going on there. It's not bright red, which would be what would come out from a neck. It's not spurting. The Mauser round that they said that hit his neck would have blown his neck to pieces, and there would be so much flesh that would have flown out behind his neck that it would have been amazing. So there's all these people that are saying, you know, this, and what about this? What about that? Bottom line is this was supposed to be a deep state action, probably, and the white hats captured it and basically ran it the way they wanted to run it. I think the same thing happened with the Trump assassination. If you look at all of the put options, which are basically a bet that the market will collapse, that were ready for Trump on a Trump assassination. Same thing happened on 9/11. Well, 9/11, they had all these put options where somebody made a lot of money, but no one was ever held accountable for, you know, putting all these put options on all the United and some of the other airlines that were involved in 9/11. So you know, obviously those countries or those companies basically fell massively, and somebody made a lot of money. Somebody was going to make a lot of money with President Trump's assassination, but it didn't happen. So again, the money thing. So they need to make a lot of money. They were going to make money on all these things that they do. That was a captured operation, and the white hats ran it perfectly. Now, there's people who will complain. You know, I'm not going to break down every single thing. I'm not going to break down every single thing on Charlie Kirk. The thing that you have to look at is, and I can tell you that I'm an expert, and then people are going to argue about that. Right? So I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say that from my experience, from my intuition, I see none of that with Charlie Kirk. All right. So that's my take on that. Now, why would that happen? Why would they, do that to the American public? And because it is a war. So what would you rather have? Would you rather have the deep state have the white hats didn't compromise that and play a little thing for the black hats? And some people looked at it and saw, I thought that was real. How dare they do that? Or would you rather have President Trump's head blown to pieces? And most of us, probably John and myself and a lot of other people that are out here trying to help inform you, would not be here right now. So that was a good thing. Now with Charlie Kirk, I believe at some point he's going to come back. All right. And probably a lot of other people are going to come back. He's probably back there. That's what my feelings are. Part of the Q team. And he's back there, you know, working on the background. Now look at, if you ask me to do what Charlie Kirk did, we want you to, you know, get shot. You're not going to be shot, but it's going to like really motivate the whole world. The whole world's going to it's going to be a turning point, all right, for the whole world. Of course, that's his organization's name. And it will massively, help humanity rise in consciousness and so forth. I'd be like, I'll do it. All right. So at some point, he'll be, even now, I see him as a hero. I think everyone should see him as a hero. The work that he was doing, going to those college campuses and trying to, break up that craziness that's going on in the college campuses, trying to turn our beautiful children into Nazis, right? So that's what he was overcoming. And he did it so perfectly. Didn't raise his voice. He was just made them think. A lot of times they would start stumbling on their words because they'd never been, trained to think. Critical thinking. He was teaching them critical thinking. That's what they don't want many of us to do. So if you're a critical thinker, go and look at all of the different things that don't add up. There's so many things that don't add up. And there's so many people like myself that are speaking out that, this is, a psyop, but it's a psyop on the deep state, guys. It's a psyop on the deep state. It's a psyop if you choose for it to be a psyop. Now, I know there's a lot of people. I still love everybody out there that doesn't agree with me. It's okay. Eventually, you'll probably see my way, just like you did for 9/11, was on the forefront of COVID and so forth. You're probably at some point going to, move into the realization that this is what happened. If you don't, that's fine. You're still can be actionable for all of us. I know there's a Marine with 24 years of service. He doesn't agree with me whatsoever. But hey, I still, respect my SEAL brother or my Marine brother. So you don't have to completely agree with me. Just start looking at, do critical thinking, start looking at everything. Some people are just so tired of it. They think everything's a conspiracy theory. Well, a lot of things are right now. So, but eventually they get discovered and people get on the right side of this stuff. So that's my thoughts.
Well, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. One quick thing to close out on, Charlie. I'm going to wrap up our conversations of consequence with Michael Jaco. You've got your commander in chief is requesting your presence, and we're going to move on. But this has been a great episode, and I want to just have you comment on this, and it's. I found it interesting, and I'm sure you met Kash Patel. I've met him several times because of the Clay Clark events. We crossed paths a few times, and we've interviewed him back in the day at American Media Periscope. And I'm a Kash Patel fan, if you want to use that word. I believe he's been working in the intelligence community in Trump's circle for a long time. But my question is this: I found it interesting at the presser in Utah a few days ago. Here's Kash Patel. We got the perpetrator and he's locked up, and the forensics and all that standard information that one would deliver at a press conference. And then he says, to close it out, I'm paraphrasing, he says, something like, well, thank you, Charlie. We've got the watch now, and we'll see you in Valhalla. I found that very interesting. And I've through texted with Juan. I haven't spoken with him yet. We're going to bring him on soon. I had that defined for me in terms of what the watch aspect meant. But Valhalla has a few different meanings. I've come to learn. One is a sort of the heavens, if you will, in the Viking world. But it's also in intelligence circles the equivalent of a global sort of a witness protection program. I found it interesting to have a hard presser on forensics, Charlie Kirk, to close it out with, we'll see you in Valhalla. Am I reading too much into that? Why was that word chosen?
Yeah, it's basically signaling. There's like in the intelligence community, you leave signs. That happens all the time. I know the deep state does the same thing. They leave signs. I see their signs as well. It's basically a communication for their groups and a hint, leaving a hint for other people. Now, will Juan, say that, because I've seen him on another show where he talked about Valhalla and how that was, a place where people would go for protection. But I heard him on a recent show where he was like, well, that's a place where people go for that are criminals. So he may, come out and give us, the answer. But if this is a controlled operation, which I believe it is to a certain extent, they want this PSYOP to continue for a period of time to catch more people. Right. So we may see the PSYOP continue for a little bit longer. And that's fine. I like I said, I've worked these programs in the CIA. I know how they work. It is. I've done them on a massive scale that have captured so many people. You put information out, and people respond a certain way when you put that information out, and they're basically then you catch them, you get them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know you've got to go, Michael, so our time is short. I wanted to go through your website. If we don't have the time to do that right now, if we do, let me know. We'll go through it. If not, in your absence, I'll comb through it, because there's quite a bit that you offer to the public that you're available in terms of classes, of course, your published books, your public speeches, and so forth. Last question, again, because time is short. Define for us what the golden age means to you. And are we at the dawning of the golden age, and are better days to come? Are we, when Trump says the best is yet to come, nothing can stop what's coming, are these things real to you? And are we at the dawning of the golden age? We'll just close it out with that.
Yeah, the golden age will be, a lot of these people that have gone into witness protection will be able to come out, because the deep state is basically completely taken down. They'll be safe to come out. The golden age is our consciousness, which is rising. We'll be able to see through a lot of the things that have been happening. We won't need to focus on them anymore, because they won't even exist. The deserts will be greened. We'll have free energy systems. We'll have, longevity like nobody could imagine, because we have, technologies which will heal us and, keep us very vibrant for pretty much as long as you want to stay active in this world. So these are the things that are already there waiting for us. But we have to take this deep state down. It is being taken down. Like we're talking about, the movement is happening on a very rapid pace. And on the other side of this is like that golden age, consciousness, everything's beautiful, art, everything's vibrant. We can communicate with each other and not have these, crazy people that, all of that's changing. It's moving in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Well, excellent. Michael Jaco, deputized by Archangel Michael, doing God's work in military, in intelligence, and in civilian life. What a journey you have, what a journey you're on. And I'm sure for Michael Jaco, the best is also yet to come. We appreciate the work you do. You work a lot. You've probably got a few thousand podcasts under your belt. I encourage everyone to visit michaeljaco.com, and I look forward to seeing you, Michael, on our Global Defense War panel. I think the next episode is on the 30th of September. You're part of a panel of 5. Very, very powerful information. The panel, including yourself, revealed to us, and I'll have some additional questions besides what you and I have covered today. Thank you very much, Michael Jaco. Stay safe. God be with you. America thanks you for your service. And I'll be right back, folks, to close out our broadcast. Thank you, Michael. So please do visit Michael. It was up on the screen, the entire broadcast. That is a place you want to go and learn more about the work he's doing, places you can go and see Michael speak, events he's a part of, events he's spearheading, his intuitive work, his classes, his directives to helping us with our health and wealth. There's so much on Michael Jaco's website, including his books. Fascinating gentleman, great journey. Whether you agree with all his points or not matters not. One thing for sure is this man has earned his stars and stripes, in my opinion. And I'm glad to call Michael our friend. So thank you, Michael Jaco. And we look forward to seeing you on September 30th on the Global Defense War panel. I'd like to direct your attention, folks, to our current programming at JMC Broadcasting, and we'll conclude the show. We're presently, if you scroll down a bit, I can see the menu, but we've got Intel and Insights. There we go, Intel and Insights. This is on jmcbroadcasting.com. You can take a look at our programming. We have our monthly Intel and Insights with Juan O'Savin, which is coming up soon. We've got the Global Defense War Military Panel, which is once a month. We have Conversations of Consequence. I'm doing 2 a month right now. We've got BOSI Briefs, very popular, every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Global Financial Reset is newly launched, so I think it's our 4th episode coming up live, as I mentioned in the promo just a moment ago. Global Financial Reset, very important. I've got Ed Dowd and SGN on tomorrow, this week. We also have, as I'm reading it, I do a short 5-minute weekly wrap up every Saturday, and every Sunday a war report focus of where we are at. These are short 5-minute posts. And then we have contributions from Christy Allen and our good friend Sean Morgan. Christy doing Tsunami of Truth, again, short reports, 5-10 minutes. Same with Sean Morgan, News Behind the News. These are daily short plugs to keep us informed, empowered, and connected. And I'm very, very happy, and I want to thank Sandy, one of our producers, boots on the ground warrior for 10 years working together, for helping me put it together. I've been talking about this for months. We are launching Eyes on Gitmo, military and intelligence panel. Wano Savin, General Holt, Brigadier General Holt, Matt Meck, a retired lieutenant colonel, and perhaps another guest. Our premier episode launches at the end of this month, so stay tuned for official announcements on that. Eyes on Gitmo with Wano Savin and team. And let's see. Well, that concludes our programming. I am the host of all the shows, with the exception of the short News Behind the News and Christy Allen's contribution. I want to thank everybody for spending this time with me. I hate to have rushed out the closing segment, Mike Jacob, but he's no stranger. We'll see him every month on Global Defense Board, and you can follow his daily podcast. But I want to thank you for spending this time with me and Mike Jacob. We'll see you next week on Conversations of, October 8th, Conversations of Consequences, our next broadcast for this show. And our guest is Sheila Holm. I can't wait to talk with Sheila in Conversations of Consequence on October 8th. I want everyone to stay safe, stay united. Where we go, when we go all. We may disagree. The Charlie Kirk event is a stab in the heart for all of us. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for some of us. Let everyone have their own views. It's okay. We're still fighting the real enemy. So join forces together, even if we don't agree on all the different things that are taking place. We have to stay together. So where we go one, we go all. Stay safe, and may God be with you.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It's Pump It Up Friday, so silver is pumping big. Now, hopefully Dr. Kirk makes it on. We had to adjust his schedule. Looks like he's coming in right now. So lots of great things that are happening out there. We're probably going to talk about this one prognosticator that has predicted that silver would pump past its all-time high this month. Dr. Kirk, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Michael. How are you?
Very good, very good. So I watched, you put out every week you put out your own video, and I think that's very informative. You talked about a gentleman that had predicted silver would pump this month, so September, past its all-time high. Wow, today it looks like it's getting ready to do that.
Well, it's amazing. So Jesse Colombo, he has the Bubble report on X. Everybody watching should subscribe to it. He's one of the best analysts that I follow. I think he's amazing, right? So he's done a couple of reports over the last 2 weeks. And then when you couple that with what the Fed did on Wednesday, what China's working on right now, it's like, okay, this builds into a big, amazing picture, right? So number one, he talked about a volatility squeeze, which is, so imagine like a baseball pennant, right? It's like this long flag that comes to a point at the end, right? So if you're looking at a chart, it's either an ascending or descending triangle. It gets to a point. When it gets to that point and the price breaks above that top resistance line, that's the breakout. So we're seeing this pattern, which is caused by volatility in the markets right now. Not always, but right now it is. And that's called a volatility squeeze. Now, this is happening in copper. It's happening in silver. It's happening in gold. It's happening in the Japanese yen, US dollar pairing. And so what we're seeing is there's going to be some massive breakouts that happen. So in his, as you follow his kind of predictions and these trend channels and everything else, he thinks that gold is going to hit $4,400 on this move, not like years down the road, right? On this move, right? So this is amazing. Silver $100 plus. So you and I have talked for years now about how I expected silver, you expected silver to be $100 plus, right? Triple digits. Well, now we're not lone wolves talking about this, right? You've got economists all over the world and big banks and international money center banks coming up with the same numbers, right? So here's where he also came out with another report, Jesse did, about, he said silver should hit $50 in September. And it's September now. It's like, okay. I mean, it's like, it's not like a year down the road. It's like right now, this September. So the rationale for that, and if you look at the chart that he's referencing, you and I talked about this 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I don't know, when we talked about the cup and handle formation.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So this is it. So for everyone who didn't hear that when we talked about it, imagine you're looking at the Big Dipper, right, in the sky, and it's like this big, huge cup, and then it's got this handle that goes out, right? So the cup took 40 years to develop this technical formation. So you go back to the 1970s when silver was really high, Hunt Brothers type time frame. Then it comes down and dips up, and it's been growing to where now we're at the end of this cup, right, at $5 from the all-time high of 48. Now, what comes after that? After it breaks through that resistance, it's the handle. And that's where I look at things, and you're much more of a technical trader than me, right? But I look at these things and it's like, what causes these resistance points, right? When you're kind of going up on the chart and it seems like these patterns, like clockwork, act like resistance, and you can draw this line over time. Why is that? Well, you've got algorithmic traders and high frequency traders that are just using computers, and it's like, okay, you're getting towards the resistance point, we better submit some sell orders, and then it drives the price down, then it bounces back up, hits the resistance, comes back down. When you blow past the old high, not really any technical chart patterns to actually look at anymore, right? The computers are going to like fizzle out and say, I don't know what to do. We don't have these Bollinger Bands and these different patterns and these things because we're at all-time highs. You're in uncharted territory, right? So when you start looking at these, this is where we start to enter that handle, right? Which is really exciting for all of us who've been holding. We've been these holders of silver, and now it's time to watch the price increase. We're getting really close to that level of uncharted territory. This is exciting to me. Now, let's add two more pieces to this puzzle. Number one is, and I got so many complaints on Wednesday, I'm not joking. People calling and complaining that, Kirk, you said when the Fed lowered interest rates, gold and silver were going to go up, and they were going to go up a lot, right? And so what happened on Wednesday? Jerome Powell and the Fed, they lowered rates 1/4 point. And then what else did he say? He said another big statement. We're going to have another 1/4 point increase this year and another one this year. So that's a total of 3. And we're expecting to have 1 in 2026. So that's 3 more rate reductions in addition to the one they just did. So what happens when interest rates come down to precious metals? They go up. So then why didn't they go up on Wednesday? Right? It's like silver came down 90 cents on Wednesday when they made the announcement. Well, here's where it's kind of just common knowledge. When you lower interest rates, gold and silver go up. So equate that to, I'll just make up a story here. Let's say you're sitting on a couch all day long. Every single day you eat 3 pizzas and you don't work out. What's going to happen? You're probably get a little chubby. I mean, it's probably not going to be the best outcome. But there's a cause and effect. You eat too much pizzas and you don't work out, you're gonna get chubby. Interest rates come down, gold and silver goes up. It's just what happens, right? So on Wednesday, here's my analysis of what happened. Powell, what was more important than Powell lowering interest rates 1/4 is what he said was going to come after. 3 more rate reductions, 2 this year and 1 next year. So if gold and silver go up, Who has massive amounts of short positions?
Banks.
Chase. Yeah, banks. Bank of America, HSBC. I mean, they have massive amounts. So as the price of silver and gold go up, they lose money hand over fist. Absolutely hand over fist if they have short positions. So what did they do? Started closing these short positions. They needed to unwind them. They needed to get out because of what Powell said was going to come next. So that puts selling pressure on the market. And in the commentary that you reference, it's like, okay, this is going to be pretty short-lived, right? Whether it's a day, whether it's a week, and then gold and silver will take off because gold and silver go up when interest rates come down. So here's where what happened since then. Yes, silver's up again, right? It's going up. It's up over 42 today. We're probably going to hit 43 again by next week. So that correction from Wednesday when they lowered rates didn't last very long, right? It was just the knee-jerk reaction to massive amounts of selling pressure on the markets. Now, there's one more thing that we have to bring in here. This is like the black swan event, right? That nobody's really talking about. Literally, nobody's really talking about. And that's the BRICS nations and why are they amassing like thousands of tons of gold? I mean, literally over the last couple of years, thousands of tons of gold. Well, you and I have referenced this in the past from a different angle, though, and that's the Basel III financial accord, right? So Basel III says what? Gold is going to be a tier 1 asset. So what is a tier 1 asset? It means they put gold on the same kind of level as your balance sheet assets, as your treasuries. It's just a stable asset that they can use as collateral to look at, what they're actually worth at the big banks. But people think, well, when they made gold a tier 1 asset, gold is going to go through the roof. It's like, not necessarily. They're just counting it on their balance sheets as something that they can count as a stable asset. What matters more is the next level that nobody talks about. And that's an HQLA, a high quality liquid asset. So above a tier 1 classification is the HQLA asset. Now, what is that? That means you can use whatever an HQLA is for international settlement. You can use it as collateral. You can use it as, to collateralize in the repo markets, right? So you actually use it. So what China's moving towards is taking gold in Basel III Accord from the tier 1 to an HQLA, which means they don't have to use US dollars anymore to settle between countries in the BRICS nations. They don't have to use the US treasuries. And this, when you start to put these puzzle pieces together over the years, when 2 years ago, Michael, Putin said at the BRICS meeting, at the opening remarks, we're going to de-dollarize the world. It's our objective. Irreversible. This is what we're going to do. So now you put some meat behind those statements and start to connect some of these dots. It's like, wow, if they don't have to use the US dollar anymore, and that was the built-in demand for our currency, well, then what happens to our currency? It tanks, right? It's already down 10% year to date. And now they can use gold for international settlement. What's going to happen to the demand for gold? It goes up. That means the price is going to go up. So Trump, I believe, saw this coming, right? Because what did he do? A couple months ago, they passed the Genius bill, the stablecoin bill, right? And it's like, okay, we're going to allow US dollars to be tokenized in the blockchain. Well, that opened up an entire world of trillions of dollars of stable coins, US dollars, that they couldn't do that before. So he said, yeah, we're going to have private companies like PayPal and Tether and Circle and Trump's, First Liberty and so many others. Gemini says we're going to allow you to issue US dollars in the blockchain rather than just coming from the banks in the traditional system. So he built in demand for the US dollar as Asia and the BRICS nations are dumping US treasuries. Trump was a genius in the fact that he said, okay, we're going to actually build in more demand. Because when you think about it, without stable coins on the blockchain, what do people do when they sell their Bitcoin or their Ethereum or their Solana or their XRP? It's not like they're selling it, taking that money, investing it back in their credit union, putting it back. And then when they want to buy crypto again, they have to go through their coin wallet. No, they keep it on the blockchain. Once it gets there, it very rarely comes back in the form of fiat. So what is a stable coin? It's the cryptocurrency version of a money market, right? So Trump, and it sits there until you decide you're going to sell your Bitcoin and buy XRP, or sell your XRP and buy Ethereum. That intermediate step generally sits in a stable coin. This is where Trump just created a ton of demand for the US dollar, right? So as China begins to use gold as settlement amongst the BRICS nations, the demand for gold is going to go up. Now the demand for silver is going to go up more. It actually outperforms gold right now because of where we are with the ratio. So as I look at all of these things that have happened and transpired, even since the last time we spoke, it's like, wow, you've got technical forces and fundamental forces, and Powell's decision to lower interest rates, and the announcement that we're going to have 3 more, and what BRICS is doing, making, going towards gold as a high quality liquid asset. It's like, oh my word, sky is the limit for metals right now. And I've had people call and basically not crying, but very sad, saying, I missed the boat. It's like, no, you haven't. Mm-hmm. You haven't missed any boat. Yes, you've missed from 17 to 42.
Right.
But if I think silver is going to be 100 to 120 next year, and we're at 42, that's tripling from where we are today. Right. And so we've doubled, basically a little more than doubled, up 150 something percent from where we've been to where we are now. But the best is still yet to come. You haven't missed the boat. Get on the boat, though. You don't want to miss it totally down the road. So get on the boat, right? And take advantage of these trends.
Yeah, definitely. And, because everything's basically going to come out of all the other assets that have performed well over the last several years, like housing. So we're already seeing the housing downturn starting to pick up pretty significantly in some places, like here in Vegas, where I'm at, and also in Florida. So those were the tattletales of the housing crash. So that's beginning. I look all around at other markets, and they're starting to turn down as well. Even California, which is usually the last to go, is already starting to turn down pretty significantly as well. So where's that money go? It doesn't disappear. It goes into another asset. So we'll see the stock market continue to go up. It's the last one to fall.
Yeah.
So everybody chases profits wherever they're at. Stock market's always the last to fall. So we're seeing the last big push in the stock market. Who knows how high it will go, but eventually it will fall. It will fall 85 to 90%. All right. So will housing. That's the trend. That's what's happened in the past. If you look at the bottom of the cup to the top, you're looking at $500 silver. All right. So does it happen next week? No. Does it happen this year? No. Does it happen next year? No. It happens probably 1, 2, 3 years down the road. So you look at the things that are happening. These things happen when there's societal changes. You see the unfortunate Charlie Kirk shooting. You see in France and in England massive demonstrations. Those and the European Union and Germany, all of those governments are probably going to collapse. And we may even see, raids on the palaces and 10 Downing Street. And then you might even see that on spikes, right? So that's where we're going. And what do you think is going to happen? Where is the money going to go then? Because it's coming out of every other asset. It's going to go to silver and gold, right? Like we talked about.
Yeah, it's the flight for quality that happens. So here's where for investors that want to minimize risk and maximize return, this is what's exciting to me, because unlike 2008, 2009, that crisis, what's different? I mean, there's something different. Yeah, financial collapse, the banks are undercapitalized. That one was caused by subprime lending. We've got financial problems now, but one thing that we have now that we didn't have back then is people. now have lost faith and confidence in their banks and in governments globally. Right. So yeah, Trump is probably going to fix things here. Not tomorrow, but a year down the road, a year and a half down the road, as his policies can take effect, and there's this policy lag and action lag, and when you see the fruit on the tree. But what Trump can't do is fix the global economy, right? He can't fix the economic problems in China or Japan and the collapse of the yen, or the social dynamics in France and the United Kingdom, right? These are things outside of his control. And gold and silver are not just U.S. assets. They're global assets. So here's where, Trump could fix things amazingly here. And gold and silver still go through the roof, even though, because what's the flight for quality? The rest of the people around the world where their economies are collapsing are going to have to fight for safety, kind of a mechanism. So when people call and say, well, Kirk, Trump is going to fix the economy, I agree. He's not going to fix the global economy, right? And gold and silver are global assets, which means until we have global peace, until the global inflationary death spiral of currencies collapsing is fixed, until there's no more geopolitical conflict, Russia and Ukraine aren't fighting China and Taiwan or you name it, everywhere, right? Until all that stuff goes away, it's like, all right, gold and silver is still going to be a really good option around the world. And the last time I checked, there's more people around the world than there are in America. So this bull market in gold and silver should have some serious legs, because the global economy is really sick. So is the American economy after 4 years of Biden, but Trump is working on that. He's fixing it. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So in the meantime, how do we take advantage of and profit from the economic malaise and all the tensions that we see and the social chaos and what's building up like this boiling cauldron right underneath the surface after the Charlie Kirk assassination? And now you've got turbulence and turmoil and hate and division everywhere, literally everywhere. This is the kind of times where gold and silver thrive, and we should just take advantage of it.
Right. So you mentioned in your last your market report, how much is the dollar down over the last year?
10% so far, and it's only September.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit more expensive for you to buy that silver, but it is still a great opportunity right now. You're going to see a doubling, maybe even this year in the rest of this year, and then a tripling and quadrupling, and it just keeps going to go. It's going to keep going up as we see more and more tensions, more and more social unrest that's coming around the world, more chasing the quality, flight to quality. You're going to see a lot of money come out of the stock market probably towards the end of the year, maybe into next year. It might even go through into next year before it finally starts to come unwound.
Yeah,
I love your site. I highly recommend everybody go over to your site and just click on silver. When you click on silver, you're going to get this nice chart. And then you can play with the chart. There's the one for the Dow Jones. As you guys can see, that little orange line right there is way below what silver is, up over 40% year to date. All right, over the last year. So you're going to, and like we've talked about, if you jumped in when we jumped up and down to get you guys to buy back when it was 17, you're more than doubled your profit right now. Did you do that in anything else? And unless you're a very, very savvy investor, no. But you look at the S&P, you look at the FTSE, the UK stock market, nothing. Crude oil, way down there.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, and then the U.S. dollar, it's this under 0%, return. So that's where we're at right now. So how do you take advantage of this? You get a free consultation with Dr. Kirk Elliott's, maybe even Dr. Kirk Elliott. I don't know. Do you still sometimes work with people individually?
Very few.
Very few, but it does happen.
Very few, but it does happen occasionally. But yeah, I'm just busy doing research and shows like you, and sadly, I can't talk to everybody anymore. Like I started with 20 something years ago, I was a one-man band. I did everything, right? But yeah, just different time, different place. But I still am able to talk to a few people a week.
Very nice, very nice. So, to contact him, obviously, kepm.com. And then you have the phone number, 720-605-3900. You can fill out the form online and have somebody contact you that way as well. Just let them know what you're interested in. They'll get back with you. So, we're moving into, like we've talked about for years now, it's been a little slow in the making, which has been great. It's given us the opportunity to load up on silver, which a lot of us have done. I was just visiting with Scott McKay, and I remember talking to him a couple years ago, and he was asking me about silver, and I said, "You better load up," and he did. So, and he's very happy he did, and then a lot of other people that have followed our advice are very happy they did as well. It's still, you're still going to be happy you loaded up on silver still to this day.
I mean, I just talked to Scott this morning, literally like an hour ago.
Nice.
And he was ecstatic because he's doubled, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
He's doubled from what he started with. It's like, who wouldn't be happy with that?
I talked to him while I was there, and I gave him some new advice. I said, don't sell yet.
Yeah.
Hold on. Keep it for into the next year. So,
yeah.
And then maybe you'll take a little bit of profit, but you want to hold on as much as you can. Right.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Kirk Elliott. We always appreciate your insights. I know you have a busy schedule, so we're going to let you go. But thanks so much for coming in and sharing.
You bet. It's my pleasure.
All right. So, hello, everyone. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing the Twitch Secrets. Hope that light off my head doesn't blind you. So. I was watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial pretty much all day. It's bittersweet. It's going to take a while to kill it, make it go away, like they were attempting to do with the Republicans and conservatives. But we're as who is it that crossed the Rubicon? Julius Caesar. And once he crossed the Rubicon, it was game over, right? He was like, okay, here we go. We're going to kick some ass. Veni, vidi, vici, right? I came, I saw, I conquered. So that's basically what's happening now with conservatives. We've had enough of the bullshit from the Democrats. Amazingly, like Erica Kirk said during the memorial when in her speech, she's like, there were, unlike when the Democrats, have their people, have problems with them, there were no riots, no cities burned, no people were killed, right? So, but the Democrats continue to shoot everything up. The leftists, the liberals. There was like Jimmy Kimmel got fired from ABC, so I guess a supporter went and shot up a ABC news station, shot several bullets into it, and he got arrested. So I mean, the violence still happens. They're more pissed off that Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air because of a comment that he made about Charlie Kirk than the actual killing of Charlie Kirk. Or whatever happened there. Right. So the latest is there's a guy in the crowd that supposedly has a handgun, fits in the hand. And so he's so accurate, he can shoot that handgun between his fingers. And it got Charlie Kirk and, killed him. So, that's the latest. There's going to be more of those that are probably going to come. That's the latest. When that gets pretty much people, get spun in that direction for a little bit, and some people believe it, and some people are like, that's stupid. Then that'll stop, and they'll start another one. That's the way these things are. So they're going to keep doing that until people are like, stop with the bullshit, right? But they're going to keep coming until people do. So I've seen this many times. Yeah, the palm pistol, Kristen. Yeah, look it up. It's a palm pistol. A guy in a brown shirt, and they're like, look at the angle, and it's like just the same stuff. So that yesterday it was a guy in a like stairwell, and the angle was perfect for him, and now the angle's perfect for the guy with a hand pistol that you can't really tell, but it looks kind of like there's something in between his fingers, and it fits between your fingers. But yeah, you can not even I'm going to have to sight in to get an accurate shot with my pistol, but somebody can just bring their hand up to their chest and boom, it's just perfect. People are going to believe it, evidently. So it is what it is. People are going to, look at this stuff. They'll continue to discuss it and talk about it until they get tired of it, and then they'll stop. Right? Like I said, I've seen this over and over again. And I've known, I know this one, to be basically false flag. And I've seen other events that I knew because I was on the other side of it, that things were a false flag. And then I saw the press ramping it up. And it got to the place now when we see that the aliens were involved in Charlie Kirk's shooting, that's probably the sign that we've reached the pinnacle, because I've seen that in other events where they just keep what else can we throw at these knuckleheads and they might believe it. It's the one that really usually gets people is the alien involvement. All right, so when we see the alien involvement come up, if that even gets to that point, then we know we've reached the pinnacle. So it's very unfortunate. Obviously Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, whether he's in witness protection, Valhalla, we've had other people talking about, like Wano Saban. So is he in Valhalla? And, I don't know. I don't know where Valhalla is, but that's a code name, it sounds like, for, witness protection. Now, I heard that President Trump, haven't had a chance to look it up, but somebody said it in the chat today in another show that I had earlier, that President Trump signed a bill that would, as I guess, maybe leniency, as long as it was, for circumstances that, their life was in danger, maybe. I don't know. I haven't read the bill. If it was a bill, if it was signed into law, I don't know. All right. So we have also Congress, which has to pass the bill before October 1st. Otherwise, the government shuts down. Now, they play this game all the time. The only time that I've ever seen them extend it was during the Obama administration. And that only impacted people like myself that were, and I think maybe it's one of the targets, people like myself that were doing security for the CIA. So I couldn't go overseas. Probably impacted other people. The military, they got their money, which is good. We want to make sure they get paid, right? And there were essential personnel were getting paid, but everything else was shutting down. But things just kept going. Maybe they should do that for a while, every time. Now we know they're cutting costs on a lot of stuff. USAID basically took that off the books to a great extent. It's saved billions of dollars. They cut all kinds of education and all kinds of crazy stuff that was basically laundering and stealing money. They cut a lot of stuff. Now in Argentina, remember how Elon Musk said we're going to do it like Milu did it in Argentina? The president of Argentina came in and just started chopping everything, and that was well received. But I'm going to show you how maybe that is not so good. All right, for him, his party, and also the future of Argentina. So now, United States, how much longer before the United States basically has problems? We're going to see. We're going to see how much longer they're able to extend this this crisis that's brewing, right? Extend it to the point before it actually happens, right? Now, Charlie Kirk, it happened in Phoenix where they did the memorial. Now, you see this car wreck right here. I was traveling back home from Las Vegas. You see that's the desert highway. You see all the clouds. I'm going to show you some where it was like pouring rain. It's kind of clear right there right now, but it was super pouring rain. I noticed it was pouring rain, obviously, and I have a Range Rover that has I can dial in, different, like it basically adjusts the suspension so that I can go over like desert terrain, snow, rocks. I can rock crawl with the car. The car is absolutely phenomenal. I have big fat Pirelli tires on it. So I was starting to get a little light, and I was like, a little hydroplaning. And so, because it was really dumping rain. And so I dialed in basically the rain dial. So it basically adjusts the suspension so it, doesn't hydroplane. So I'm traveling, as you guys can see, if you look back here, this is the road coming up the hill. I'm coming up the hill. It's pouring rain. I'd already slowed down a little bit because, Mike's an intuitive, and sometimes I just listen to what I feel. And this car right here was coming in the opposite direction. He was at the top of a hill, at the hill that I'm going up. And I noticed he got light. So he's in a Kia. I noticed that Kia got light right at the top of the hill. And I came off my gas. And I'm usually fairly aggressive driver. I don't speed other than when I pass people that are knuckleheads on the road. So I have a car that really goes really fast. It's turbocharged. And so I love that because I get to go around knuckleheads or inconsiderate drivers. So I can go fast, or I can, it's got like these unbelievable brakes that will stop the car on almost a dime. And when I saw that car, that Kia, get light, I was like, oh, that's not good. And so I came off my accelerator, and I'm getting ready to maneuver, pump the brakes, whatever I got to do. And I saw his car start to come into my lane, right? But I still got a good distance, and I can still maneuver. So I'm not completely concerned about it. And then I saw his car spin, and it spun and it spun. And it's almost like it got some kind of force that took it over. And it just started going in reverse at a high speed. It went up this embankment right here that you see on my side of the road, and it started flipping. It flipped several times, and it came to a stop right there. I went past it. We called 911, and they came after several minutes. But I got out and I started, seeing if I could help the guy. Where's the photos? Photos. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. All right, so let me see if I can pull them up. Anyway, I'm not going to mess around with it. It's not going to play. All right, so it basically shows me writing the report. I'm with the guy. I'm asking the guy, where are you from? And or where are you going? He's like, I'm from Phoenix. He was going to Phoenix, and his car lost control right in front of mine. So, of course, I've talked about Charlie Kirk. My life is always targeted. So I don't know. Was it just a coincidence that this? And imagine if I wasn't intuitive, if I wasn't an expert driver that's been through many driving schools for the CIA and so forth, and I felt very, very comfortable, even, with this car losing control and spinning right in front of me. I was like, I still got a chance to maneuver. I'm still good. And we just watched it spin in front of us, go up the bank, like I said, flip over right in front of us, and then come to a stop. And then we just pulled a little bit back, got in, flashing lights, called 911. I got out, talked to the guy, helped him out. He had lacerations on his forehead. It was bleeding. His car was total, right? Total. Unbelievable. But he survived. I asked, is anybody else in the car? He's like, no. And I, was trying to keep him talking because he had hit his head. I didn't want him going concussion or anything. Or if he was going into a concussion, keep him talking. So I just kept asking him questions, and very, very nice guy, but crazy stuff. So yeah, we have these events that happen to us, guys, and like a Charlie Kirk assassination, now, like I said, and I believe Charlie Kirk is not with us in the old sense of the word, but in another sense of the word, he's in witness protection, right? So you're going to continue to have all these different things. They're going to come out. Some of it's deep state spinning, some it's white hat spinning, and so forth. And it's like I said, it's going to just continue. Other people will be threatened, like this one guy that went to shoot up the ABC because I guess, he loves Jimmy Kimmel, and he doesn't like. So I heard that ABC is now in negotiations. I don't know if this was is a ruse, so maybe they can throw off the people that are going to leftist crazies are going to start to target them. It's like we're in negotiations to maybe have Jimmy Kimmel come back, and which they probably don't, because he had super low people watching him. They were falling off a cliff. They wear them out until they are no longer useful, and then they discard them, right? So his show, I think he had at the lowest, he had 160,000 people watching him, or 116,000 watching him. My video on Charlie Kirk, in fact, got more views than that. On Rumble, which is my low view, place, it already had that many views when it got pulled off of YouTube. So, I got more views than Jimmy Kimmel, in the end, talking about Charlie Kirk. So he talked about Charlie Kirk, had low views, and they kicked him off. That's sweet justice, right? And then a car spins out of control in front of me and almost takes me out. It's like, it's crazy world we live in, guys. That's normal for me, though. So anyway, that's where we're at now. If you didn't watch the Charlie Kirk memorial, I recommend it. It was beautiful. All right. I think there's pretty much a revival that's going on now in America. People are, coming to God, reading the Bible, taking up Jesus Christ, and all. I think that's fantastic, because that's where America needs to be right now. All right. Because what does that do to the Luciferians? It pushes them out. Right. Luciferians are real. All right. Those of us that really ascribe to God, and I'm not talking about all the churches, because some of those churches are Luciferian churches, guys. All right. They promote transgenderism, all kinds of crazy stuff. They twist the words of the Bible around. They're Luciferian churches. So just because a lot of people are going back to church, what kind of church? Right? What kind of church are they going back to? So that's a very powerful thing that I think that's happening. It is quite moving to me. All right. So again, Charlie Kirk, whether you believe he was shot, whether you believe he was not shot, regardless, it is a movement that is being built off that. Amazingly, in 11 days after he's shot, they had this massive event, 100,000 people. They couldn't fit them all into the stadium. And President Trump made sure that everybody realized this is not an arena, it's a stadium. Right? Stadium has a lot more people. I don't know how many that Glendale, Arizona stadium holds, but it was full. It was packed. And there was like many more that were watching on other video screens. And that's normally the way what happens or what did happen at Trump events. I went to several of them. There were massive crowds that they were outdoor events. The ones I went to, pretty cool ones. No way all the people that were at the events that I was at would fit in 2 stadiums, right? So it's pretty impressive. The movement, Donald Trump's movement, and Charlie Kirk. They're crediting Charlie Kirk with helping, if not actually being the reason why President Trump and his whole cabinet, which was there to speak, his whole cabinet. It was like a dictator's dream to take down, Trump and his whole team. If the Russians really did hate us, if the Chinese really did hate us, which they don't, they would have basically taken that stadium out, and they've taken down all of the government of the United States, right? That counts. The other ones, the Democrats that didn't show up, they can't run the country. They've already shown that in every state they're in. So, and of course, they make really stupid decisions in Congress and Senate and stuff. Imagine those people running the show. Well, we did see what happened when those people did run the show, and it was a shit show. Like, we just had a great example with Joe Biden. Good God, what a train wreck of a administration, the worst administration in the history of the United States. So we know what a full-on Democrat run government is like. It's a train wreck, and that's another reason why in pretty much every state they're in, it's a train wreck. It's falling apart. Chicago. Trump said again. Charlie Kirk was from Chicago, and he begged President Trump to save Chicago, and Trump said that he's going to do that. All right, it's going to happen, but Chicago's going to resist. They're going to absolutely resist, just like the criminal, and they're already resisting ICE right now on a massive scale in Chicago. So it's got to happen. You're going to have to put National Guard in there to protect the ICE agents. This is what we've already seen in Los Angeles. And then if it gets worse, we're going to see the military go in. Now, the military will probably go into almost every town. The military is on the border. The border right now, almost zero drugs coming across the border, almost zero illegal aliens coming across the border. It's like Border Patrol that's been there for generations. People that have had, family ties of people that have been working the border as border security. And they said that there's never been a time like this. So at some point, it will happen in every city in the United States, right? So let's look at this beautiful, all these beautiful people, Americans that are in the stadium. Absolutely fantastic. This stadium is full of people, and like I said, President Trump's entire cabinet came and spoke.
He chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence and dissenting voices are hushed. And those who speak of God, those who speak the truth, simple objective truths like there are only 2 genders in these schools, they are told you have no voice. Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically.
So this is the way conservatives think. It is the way that America was always meant to be until we're infiltrated by the Luciferians. All right. So again, this is going to stop. I've seen a lot of the Luciferians, their comments on social media. It's atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Literal witches cackling, saying that it's good that he's gone, but there's two more that should be next, and they just cackling like witches. It's amazing. So this is what we're going to see going forward, as far as like this exposure of this evil side, and people are just going to like start to turn away from it.
I miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are.
So the nuclear family is a revival. The male and the female and children, they represented that. You know, it's moving back in that direction. You know, the transgenderism, you know, it's basically not homelessness, you know, homosexuality, all these things. Probably homosexuality and transgenderism are not going to go completely away, but it's not going to be put on a pedestal. It's not going to be what most of us in the United States and probably the rest of the world adhere to. And, you know, if you're living in the Middle East, then of course, you know, the way they deal with homosexuality, they throw people off buildings. That's never going to happen here. We treat everyone with respect. No one needs to be feel threatened. Conservatives will allow you to do what you're going to do, as long as you're not being gross or stepping over bounds and coming at their children and so forth, which we've seen, unfortunately, start to accelerate. America, unfortunately, now is the number one place of child trafficking and so forth. So that's going to stop. That will stop. And of course, President Trump is here to help make it happen.
He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say, even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, we, the American people, have a country to save. All right. It's ours to lose or ours to save. Which do you choose? All right. I choose to save it. I choose to be, out here vocally getting myself targeted. All right. But, we do have a very good audience out there. There's a lot of good commentary out there. 50 years ago, long after the great event that traumatized America, the murder of President John F. Kennedy, and later his brother Bobby, evidence is surfacing pointing the accusing finger at a then unrecognized deep state. Now, the deep state, up until a few years ago, was never, that term was never used on any, if you're on social media, it got taken off. If it was on, it was never mentioned by anyone within the political realm. They never said deep state. Now it is commonly talked about. That word that many of us have been, whispering and talking about and sharing as much as we can for a long time is now well known. We know that we're under threat. We know that the world is under threat. And that is why the world, basically after the Charlie Kirk assassination event, now that is why the world is pushing back on their, deep state, institutions. People that are controlling them are trying to control them. Now here we have, the deep state trots out Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, Gavin Newsom, who is now being investigated. Gavin Newsom, yeah, he made some comments recently. I think about who did he talk about? He talked about who did he talk about? Let me think. It's Kristi Noem, all right? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I'm pulling up the thing I don't remember, but I do when it's here waiting for me. So Bill Essayli, the acting U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, on Saturday said he referred Governor, and this is the acting U.S. attorney for Central District of California. Wow, in California. He is referring Gavin Newsom to the Secret Service for a full threat assessment after he made statements saying, basically, Kristi Noem is going to have a bad day today. Right? That could be, anything. But if anyone said that about anyone in the political realm at the top like this, you're going to get looked at. So this is monumental. They're starting to find things on a lot of these, deep state puppets. Gavin Newsom, obviously, one of them, right? So Noem has neither responded to Newsom nor SEA and SLE, and neither has, Governor Newsom. So Newsom, right? So Newsom is his days are numbered, I think. And it probably will get that nice necktie at some point. So the Trump administration ramped up its mass deportation campaign, and now Newsom is basically saying that any federal government person that's in the state of California must not wear a mask. This is the guy that insisted that everybody wear a mask just a few years ago. All right. He was so vigilant in his knuckleheadedness that I left the state of California and went to Florida. All right. So how much longer? How much longer do we have to put up with Gavin Newsom and a lot of these deep state puppets that are out there? All right. Time's ticking. Time keeps on ticking into the future. Yeah. So they don't have much. They don't have much more of that left before they go bye-bye. That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they hang out. So is the Fed about to ignite a 1999 style market melt up? So basically, just like what's happening right now, the Fed started to cut interest rates. The stock market, as you guys, some of you might remember, the 2000 .com explosion upwards. If it had a dot and a com after its name, it went up 100%, 600%, 1,000% a day sometimes. So it was insane. So we're in the same situation as we saw with the .com bust, eventual bust, but everything that happened during the .com explosion. Now, the thing that's different this time is we didn't have residential and commercial real estate crashing. So you're having a lot of that money that's coming out of it's already come out of commercial real estate on a massive scale, and still is coming out of it. 85, 95%, crash in a lot of the prices for commercial real estate. We're already starting to see 5, 10, 15, 20% price declines. Some places even 50% already, in some places in Florida and in Utah. So it's already starting to pick up speed in a lot of areas, and we're just getting started. This party is just getting started. Now, some of you guys know that I've been talking about this for years, at least a couple of years. I like, get out of real estate, right? I had the billionaires telling me this is going to be bad because we're already seeing it turn. So they're at the top of the food chain saying that things are going to get ugly. Of course, it took a while, and some of that was because a lot of liquidity flooded into the market after that, right? And they just dumped money, and that money went all over the place, and a lot of billionaire pockets, of course. And now they're scrambling. They're investing in silver to protect their assets, protect their asses. So now if you have any money left, because I'm hearing from a lot of people that they don't have any money, we're just getting started, guys. It's going to get a lot worse before it's all over. It's going to be, 1929 on like the mother of all crashes, right? The mother of all stock crashes, which will extend to everything. So we will have almost everything go up in price. Stock market wise, silver and gold will go to like crazy levels. Probably the crypto will go to crazy levels, but everything else, not so much, right? Everything else, not so much. You're going to see businesses fail. You're going to see housing, like I've been talking about, really start to pick up speed to the downside. I've been watching this for a long time. The last couple months, I have seen prices in a lot of different areas. I've seen, like here where I'm at in, I looked at one property in 2017. The builder basically sold the property, brand new house, beautiful home, for $1.4 million. This is in 2017. Now, this was almost at the bottom of the 2008, 2009 stock market crash. Of course, that was precipitated by residential prices collapsing. And now we've already seen the peak, and we're starting to see it come down the other side. So, and it took it years and years and years before it started to come back. So 2017 was around the time frame. 2016, 2017 was a time frame where it started to turn. And then when we got the money that just dumped into the market, a lot of people bought real estate. Real estate went on a ridiculous ride high. Ridiculous, all right? So that $1.4 million home that I was talking about went to $13 million several months ago. It has dropped, or actually $14 million. It's dropped $1 million, right? So it's $13 million. They were listing it as $14 million. Now it is $13 million, but it's probably going to go back down to that 1.7 or even lower, guys. That's what's going to happen, right? Anyone that buys that place is going to get stuck holding that price probably for, you look at the stock market crash in 1929, it took 35 years before it just to get back to that price, just to that price. And then it went higher, and then it dropped below that price again in, I think, the 70s, and then it went up, and then it's gone higher ever since. So you saw the Japanese stock market also collapse. It didn't reach its high point until last year. So .com, so that's 25 years that it was down, and now it's back below the point of its high back in the .com era, right? So we're going to see the same thing happen again, guys. We're going to see massive stock markets liquidating and on a massive scale, on an absolutely massive scale. And so cutting rates. So we're going to see rate cut after rate cut after rate cut, and probably into the next year. That's basically, I've said that already. I said that this rate cut that was coming, I predicted it. I predicted all the other rate cuts as well. I predicted the stock market crash in 2019 that happened in 2020, where the stock market, and I've said this many times, I predicted within 100 points of where it actually crashed, right? And so I'm not ready to predict this one yet. It's not time yet, but it will crash. Just like I said, housing prices will start to crash, and they're going to crash. I said it a couple years. So you've had a couple years to liquidate and make some money and put it in silver, right? So if you haven't done that, you're going to get left holding the bag, right? And I know a lot of boomers out there that have a lot of real estate, and they're going to get, you better get out of that. You better get out of that. All right. So, I mean, yeah, you were smart to get in it, and you made some nice profits. If I'm giving you advice, hard-won advice, right? So, all right. So we're basically going to see the same thing that we saw during the last .com bust, and you're going to get it doubly bad. 1929 .com crash, 2011, 2008, 2009 crash, all of it, all rolled in one. It's coming. Now, we could see this thing get pushed and stay pushed by the Trump administration all the way into the November elections next year. And then, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to last that long. That's a long time from now. That's well over a year. And, a lot of us been predicting this, and like I said, I predicted a couple of years ago, I thought, in 2022, that was it. We're seeing the end of it. And it bounced back. Very amazing. Housing prices were crashing. Stock market was crashing. And then it just turned around. When it started going back up. And I was like, bullshit. It kept going. And now it's like crazy high. And it's going to get a lot higher. All right. This always happens at the end. The last thing to see the money come out of it will be the stock market. So as the rate cuts come, that's basically crack. That's crack to the stock market addict. All right. Now the housing addict isn't going to get any relief. Right. A lot of people were like, well, when they start to cut rates, they were waiting for the rate cuts to come. And they thought that, mortgage rates would be lower and then people come in. No. People do not have money for that, right? We're at a crash, the crash for housing. We've already seen the crash for high-end housing is started a long time ago in certain areas. The crash in commercial real estate been going on for well over a year, going into 2 years now, right? That's going to continue. The residential real estate is going to start to pick up speed. Every month it's going to get up more, faster and faster and faster. More and more houses are going to drop in price, percentage-wise. Massive percentage price destruction. Destruction and home prices, all right, is here, and it's going to pick up speed. So you guys are holding the real estate. You're going to get spanked if you think it's going to turn around. If you have a realtor telling you to hold it, they're giving you some bad advice. All right. So maybe in certain areas, every area that I'm checking, not so much. All right. So that $13 million home here that went for $1.4 million, what was that? not even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, it went to ridiculous price in 8 years. That's ridiculous. That's like 12x, 13, 12x, whatever it was. All right. So that normally that is the kind of price appreciation that you see in some of the crazy bubbles. So we had a housing price bubble that was created again. It was created and it burst back in 2009 to 11. And it just kept going down and down in certain areas and stayed down and then started to slowly creep back up. And then when we got the money flushing out into the system, helicopter dumps of money from the Fed, everything started blowing up. Everything started going up, right? Stock market, home prices, you name it, everything went up. Car prices, all right? Now people are like forfeiting their cars all over the place. The highest level of basically people reneging on their car loans, highest ever. We have the highest ever of credit card default. So many things that you normally don't hear of unless you look at these things, right? So we're going to start to see the housing prices start to collapse. People are going to sell those homes and going to put it in the stock market. If they're smart, they'll put it in silver. So that's where we're going, guys. It's going to, and if you're holding out on a price of a home, if you've cut once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, you probably need to cut a little more aggressively. Hello, you better get on it. Or you're gonna be cutting home prices. Probably that guy with a $13 million home. If he cut like $3 million off, he probably sucker somebody into buying it, right? Former $14 million home, you can get it for 10, right? And I don't know, maybe some sucker's gonna buy it for 13 million. I don't know. There's just because you got a lot of money doesn't mean you're smart, right? All right. And maybe there's a reason why they want the loss. So some people want a massive loss and they can write it off on taxes. So that could be happening too. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Why would you ever want to lose money for anything? So anyway, so let's look at the screen. I'll show you guys a graph. Basically, I like to look at, the technicals, but I'm also a guy that looks at fundamentals. I would say I'm very rounded when it comes to picking stocks or homes or whatever. I have stayed out of buying homes for the last several years because I knew this time was coming where everything was going to crash, right? It's not here yet. I thought it was here, like I said, in 2022. They manipulated, gave it a little breath of life so it could still stay alive a little bit longer. This is the summer of 1998. Global financial turmoil erupted following Russia's debt default. So we basically, we being the United States, basically helped Russia collapse, or the Soviet Union collapse. And that was Juan O'Savins talked about it several times. This was a military thing where they came in, they dropped the price of gas to Texans. Good job, Texans. They dropped the price of gas like crazy. Of course, Russians, they make money selling gas too, like they're doing right now. And they came in and they just like created this massive downfall, which destroyed the Soviet Union. And then we have Russia. So during this time frame, they started cutting rates. This is when Greenspan came in. Remember, Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance. And he said that several years, over 3 years before the stock market crashed. So he warned of irrational exuberance. And I've been warning about that for a couple of years now. We're probably going to need maybe another year of it. We'll see, because we're cutting rates. And like you see here, the NASDAQ went from like 1,000 to like 45, almost 5,000. And then it came all the way back down to 1,000. Right. And it didn't come back again for a long, long time. There's no graph here that shows that. I've showed this on other shows. But during this time frame, markets around the world collapsed. Here's one, the Asian financial crisis, riot in Indonesia. We've seen riots in Indonesia recently. All right. We've seen a lot of this stuff, happening around the world already. So now where's another place where this has happened? Another place where this has happened is in Argentina, like I talked about earlier. So let me share the screen, show you guys Argentina. So this is canary in the coal mine stuff, guys. Now, Melu admits the market is in panic mode as Argentine capital exodus accelerates. So we're going to start to see the collapse of markets around the world as the most powerful country still in the world, with the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, begins to have its massive, all the money comes to America and will blow up our stock market, will blow up probably crypto, will blow up silver and gold. It will go to a crazy level. Everything will crash. Silver and gold will pull back pretty good because it's a sell everything when everything starts to sell. Then silver and gold will turn around and will never look back, just like we saw in other stock market crashes. Only this time it will just keep going, because eventually we're going to go back to silver and gold as it's going to be pegged to the dollar or whatever it's going to be pegged to, right? So in a desperate attempt to satisfy demand for hard currency and prevent the peso from cratering, the 3-day intervention rose to 1.1 billion. So this is a country that only has 20 billion in liquid foreign reserves. So as you guys can see, it is collapsing. Now, will his government collapse? No. Melu basically came out with he had the chainsaw, and he took the chainsaw to all this stuff. He had like whiteboards and all that kind of stuff. Same thing that Elon Musk did. Remember seeing Elon with the chainsaw? So they basically copied what Melu did. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but something like that looks like. looks like Melu, but it could be something different. So anyway, you see basically it's crashing. Now, it was the darling at one point. As Bloomberg points out, it's a stark change of fortunes for Melu, whose deep spending cuts and sweeping reforms had been welcomed by global investors soon after the libertarian economists took office in late 2023. So 2 years later, it's collapsing. And if he doesn't get a lot of people voting for him next month in October, it's not going to be good. So we expect continued foreign exchange and asset price volatility between now and the national midterm vote on October 26th, right? So a little over a month away. If they don't go in his favor, which, it's the economy, stupid, all right? So if the economy is not doing good, it's not good for the party that's in power ever, right? So its time is not on Argentina's side. So that's the article. So from Zero Hedge, right? Not looking good. So that's a tattletale. That's basically canary in the coal mine. We've seen this, like I said, around the world where people are rioting. I think it's going to happen in France where Macron gets replaced. Whether he wants to be replaced or not, he's going to be replaced. All right. We'll see the same thing with Starmer in the UK. Maybe in other countries, we'll see people getting replaced. And like I said in another show, the deep state, they don't care. They like chaos. So if these guys, get their heads chopped off and they get paraded through the streets on a pike, that's chaos, and they do well in chaos, right? They come here, they always have a alternative for everybody. It's like, oh, you didn't like macaroni and cheese? Well, we have French fries for you, right? Yeah, beefaroni or whatever, So we got another dish for you, and look, you're gonna like this so much more. And it's Macron, he was dealing with the aliens, and so we showed you that, so we had to take him out. So, and Starmer, he got beamed up in aircraft and came down. He was doing stupid, so we had to take him out too. Charlie Kirk, all the assassins are coming from other planets, and so everybody's gonna be like, we don't want to hear that shit anymore. So that's kind of the way the shit works. So we got the 3 Atlas coming in. They're gonna drop off some Andromeda, Anunnaki, and they're gonna be parading around like 20 feet tall and chopping people up, and then the economy is gonna collapse. I don't know. It's just make it up as you go along. It's better than a lot of stuff we're seeing out there. All right. Chicken Little, my wife says. Oh, the sky is falling. That's a good one. All right. So the show that I did this morning on September 11th, I was supposed to have Kurt Weldon on. He could make it. So I went ahead and did a show on 9/11 anyway, because I'm an expert in when it's bullshit. Right? I come in and I've been talking about 9/11 since 9/11 happened, right? And that's when the stock market really crashed after 9/11, right? .com bust was going on, and it really picked up speed. And they're like, don't look here, look over there, type thing, and stock market crashed. And some people made money, like myself, and some people didn't. But anyway, this was people came in and chatted. Like I said, when I get a chance, I'll look at the chat. This was a really good. People came in and chatted really good about this. It surprises me that there's still people that believe the 9/11, bullshit. In October 2001, so a month later, he's in Toronto, Canada. He said there were many police and firefighters present at the conference. There were many from New York and many who were working on the sifting of all the debris of 9/11. These brave souls were suffering then. Of course they were, because that was when the radiological effects are most intense, right afterwards. And he goes on to say, and are still suffering. Now, if they treated them for radiological damage, they probably make a lot of headway faster in helping and treating these guys, but they're not for most cases because they can't admit it. They can't admit it. It says both police and firefighters. It was tragic and obvious then, and it still haunts me today that we were misled. Yes, it's very tragic, and it still goes on. The lies and manipulation still continue almost a quarter century later. All right, so here's another one. Retired fire department, New York here. I was off that day, but we were all called in and recalled. We weren't let in, I guess, into the city until that evening, as they were afraid of secondary attacks or devices. So they staged us in alternating slots. Couldn't afford to lose masses of people in a location. So yes, as often happens with Al-Qaeda attacks, but this wasn't an Al-Qaeda attack, it was a deep state attack. There are multiple attacks to take out more and more people. We're going to talk about that in a minute because that's coming for our U.S. cities, guys. Even the 9/11 Commission admitted in the report that evidence and information was withheld. A good friend of mine was friends with Oreo, the guy that I talked about on the show. Absolute hero, was made it all the way up to where the plane crashed into the building. They were on top of the fires, like so they were in the 9/11 fake report. They were saying fires were raging. So here we have this this fire crew that made it all the way up there. They had restored one of the communication devices, which all seemed to magically have been taken down. So there wasn't any communication with a lot of the firefighters, unfortunately. But he was able to communicate because he restored one of the communication devices, and he was passing information. He said that they were on the floor, just need a little bit of help, and then everything should be good. They would have control of the fire, and then the building collapsed a minute later. So obviously the deep state heard that, and they're like, okay, collapse it now. So within time after he passed that, there were reports where people on floors that were starting to collapse. So the floors above him were starting to pancake down, collapsing. They were being explosively detonated, and they were collapsing, and it collapsed on all. Right. He says, if you search through many members who stated clearly they heard the explosions right before the buildings came down. Unfortunately, most of the department accepted the standard story of lies. So this is another thing that I keep telling everybody. As long as we have people agreeing to the narrative, refusing to accept the truth for whatever reason, this shit show continues, guys. So he goes on to say, it's such a touchy subject that even members would argue if you question the narrative. I know, because I always try to question and do the critical thinking, kind of like a Charlie Kirk guy with the guys I work with. And yeah, they got really, upset, right? Argumentative and, wanted to fight and all kinds of stuff, but they didn't fight me, right? They knew they didn't want to fight me. All right. There is so much evidence of what really happened that day. Never mind Building 7. Right. So thank you, Johnny Hot Rod, for that statement. Very good. All right. So there were all other people have put other things. Now it takes bravery to come in and make these comments because people might know who you are. All right. And like this gentleman and myself included, we get blowback from knuckleheads that still want to, believe in the narrative and want to fight everybody that doesn't, they become like those Nazis on mask wearing, right? How many of those people that were Nazis on mask wearing are saying they're sorry for having done that now? None of them, right? All right. So Jaco, New York City here. Thank you for all you do and the intel blessings. Jaco, the Dancing Jews, allegedly involved with Bush. Okay, that's another one. So yeah, those were some pretty good comments. There's many more. I know you guys come in here. You do thousands of comments. Of course, I can't read all those comments, but I catch a few of them. And yeah, mask holes. That's a good one. The all-seeing guy. All right, we're gonna have to put that up. Let's show that one. All right. Hopefully that shows up. Maybe my skin tone's not letting that come through. So let me get over here. It's like, all right, that's gray. It's like maybe the skin tone. There we go. Mask holes. Urgent intelligence alert. So that doesn't mean it's going to happen soon, but it is getting closer than ever, I feel. So must read urgent intelligence alert. NCTC confirms Al-Qaeda presence. Been talking about this one ever since Joe Biden got in office, started letting these knuckleheads into our country. Al-Qaeda presence on U.S. soil. Imminent sorry, that's my wife just blowing up over there. She caught herself, sorry. Multi-city Islamic terror attacks. Sources tell me tonight that the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, has officially determined that Islamic terrorists affiliated with Al-Qaeda have infiltrated U.S. soil and are actively planning a series of coordinated Islamic terror attacks. Duh, we've been saying this for years, guys. Get out of the big cities. This marks the first time federal counterterrorism officials have openly acknowledged the immediacy of such threats, signaling a potential escalation in domestic jihadist activity not seen since the height of ISIS-inspired plots in the mid-2010s. All right. All right, so according to the latest assessment, shared classified briefing, blah, blah, blah. Group's resurgence in Afghanistan. Thank you, Joe Biden, for pulling out of there. And the North and Central Africa have embedded themselves across major urban centers in the U.S. All right, so because this is going to be on a more widespread attack than has ever been. This is going to be like 9/11 on steroids, guys, because it's going to be multi-city. So they're buying up uniforms, police, first responder uniforms from surplus outlets, online vendors in at least 5 states. The 5 states that I say will probably go away: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Miami. There'll be a lot more, but those are the ones they're saying right now. So they've, through CCTV footage and credit card anomalies and so forth. So they're getting all this stuff, and they intend to blend in, allowing attackers to blend in, direct panic crowds, or even execute secondary strikes on fleeing victims. And Donna Ferrara. We're going to have a nice little discussion. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest events that everybody's on everybody's mind. 3I Atlas. Maybe we'll delve into the recent Charlie Kirk and human trafficking. We can go into a lot of different areas. I know everyone on this panel has deep insights into a lot of stuff, and we'll just move in that direction. We got Mike Barra joining us now. Hey, Mike. And
hi guys, how you doing?
Good. So we'll start off with Donna. She's going to present an upcoming event, and then we'll start to do a roundtable. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi everybody, my name is Donna Ferrara. I live here on Long Island, and I wanted to gift Long Island New Yorkers and those near Long Island to this wonderful panel that I'm bringing to New York, Long Island, to share with us some of their insights and perceptions of what's going on, bring a little bit more awareness to our financial institution, how that's been designed, some of our misleading information, how we learned in school, maybe some of the history could be unraveled by Mr. Brad. And we have lovely Laura here, spiritual, beautiful Laura, who I'm telling you, she's been a little bit of my backbone. Laura, thank you so much. And we have fabulous Kerry, one of my favorite podcasters, who is well-diverse and very educated in her history of whistleblowers and her research and studies. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we just lost Michael. Maybe because I brought up the financial institution, he went off screen. I didn't mean to scare him like that. I don't know what happened there, but he'll come back.
Let's back in. We'll let him back in. No worries.
And Michael, thank you so much for having all of us.
Yeah. It's a great honor.
I told you I didn't scare him.
Thanks for agreeing, everyone. Thanks so much. So let's jump in and let's talk about, we were kind of discussing it a little bit before the show, 3i Atlas. So I'll just start it off. 3i Atlas, I remote viewed it, intelligent life on it. Or we're gonna have interaction with it. Probably some people already have. I don't know how far that's going to go. I think the deep state's going to use it as a Project Bluebeam situation because they're coming in, I think, for a positive. Now, I do believe they have some connection with Anunnaki and probably Nibiru, but that remains to be seen. So we'll just roll around and we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll start with you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just the moderator on a panel with Mike Barra and Carrie Cassidy 1 week ago down in Las Vegas, and we spoke about the 3i Atlas, determining what it is and the trajectory it has and how it lands on these certain dates. And Carrie was saying, just like you, Michael, that it is intelligently guided and it is some kind of craft. So we're in for some fireworks this fall, you guys. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're not through 2025 yet. And I just saw a link from Michael Flynn, and he said that there are very credible threats that the Al-Qaeda sleeper cells are going to activate this fall. So wouldn't it be a coinkydink if we had like some kind of EMP attack or some kind of internal strife? Maybe the lights go out, everybody has to look up at the sky, and we get this incredible star show. I don't think there's any coincidences here, but could be a very interesting next couple months.
Very good, very good. And let's jump to Mike Barra. I know, Carrie, you're going to have I've heard some of your conversations. You're going to crush this one. So,
well, by the way, Carrie, I want to sincerely apologize for biting your head off on the panel there. There was a lot of other things going on, and I know sometimes when you get going, it's hard to stop you. So I'm very sorry, and I won't do that again. To me, it's very bizarre because I want to say, oh, it's a chunk of something. You know, there is this theory that it's, at least the theory that I have, that it could be a chunk of a planet that used to be in the orbit where Mars is right now. Mars used to be a moon of that planet, and we can pretty much prove there was a planet there. It was massive, and it exploded God knows when, how long ago. And so it could be coming back on its first return cycle. Now, there's some arguments that support that. One is that it is going to intersect almost like right with the orbit of the planet Mars, very close to it, which indicates an original origin. If this is a returning object, and people right now don't think it is, but if it is, there's that fact, and the fact that it's on the plane of the ecliptic where Mars and the other planets are, which, because again, there's this completely competing theory with NASA's that planets are actually spun off as plasma by stars like the sun. As they get spinning too fast, they get too much spin energy, and then they spit the planets out, they cool, they form, that kind of thing. That's a different argument. So when you look at the intersection, the near intersection of Mars orbit, the chances of it having that orbit are about 500 to 1. Now, Michael, you know, I live in Vegas. You give me 500 to 1 odds, I'm going to the roulette table all night. I'm taking everything out of the bank. I'm spending every dime I have, and I'm going to walk away a millionaire. And then the fact that it's also coming in and intersecting the plane of the ecliptic where all the planets are, the odds against that are like 20,000 to 1, according to Avi Loeb. So you put the 20,000 to 1. Yeah, I'm sure you're all going to come down and give me some money to bet on whatever we're playing. So those are extraordinary coincidences. And I hearken back on the panel to Hale-Bopp in 1998, which of course there was a lot of negativity associated with that. The twin-tailed, one tail was sodium, one tail was something else, Hale-Bopp comet. And the thing is, the exact moment of closest approach to Earth corresponded with a lunar eclipse on exactly opposite sides of the sky. I'll never forget being in Portland, Oregon. I was helping my sister move, and that celestial display is taking place. And the chance of that happening is literally millions to 1. And that, to me, indicated that what they were doing, that somebody arranged that. Somebody pushed Hale-Bopp into that orbit, which again, if it's a comet or an asteroid out in the asteroid belt, you just take your little flying saucer up there and you nudge it in the right calculated direction and you create that celestial coincidence. So do we have that technology? Yes. Could this thing be some aspect of that technology? Yes. But if it's a genuine visitor from outer space, if it's genuinely from somewhere else, they are going out of their way to get our attention because of the coincidences of the orbit. So I'm just saying, previously celestial events have had apparently arranged circumstances. This one appears to have those same earmarks, and whether its origin is more natural or completely artificial is unknown to us at this time. But we're going to find out on October 29th. And Michael, what creeps me out, I told Brad and everybody on the panel back then, what creeps me out is that date has had a major significance in my life. I started at Boeing on that date. I've had other major life events happen on that date. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, please, no, let's not have it. Let's not have, because that's when it's going to emerge from behind the sun. And we're going to know if it's changed course, if it's accelerated, any of those things, we don't know. But it's going to be an ultra exciting day for me because of all those numeric coincidences.
Fascinating. Thanks, Mike. And Carrie, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Okay, so I just was going to find a quote from Richard Hoagland, but so I'm on a news group. I want to, that, and maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't heard if Hoagland's going to get online tonight. So they have been blocking him completely. They also blocking his phone. He's now suing the city. He basically is not being allowed online. He's not being allowed to really communicate much with people. And we are getting messages from him occasionally. I guess they're coming by way of David Sereda and others that are somehow helping him, but he hasn't been able to communicate. This is very important because Richard C. Hoagland, who I interviewed many years ago, and some people that know my work might realize that, this is something that's kind of right in his wheelhouse, and he's being completely blocked from communicating with the public. So he does a weekly show, or he used to, when they stopped blocking. They've been blocking him for like a month now. And so tonight at 9 o'clock, I think it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I think that's right. If he was going to go live, you can keep an eye on my Telegram for those that, if this goes online, I don't know if we're live. Are we live actually?
Yeah, we're live right now. So
Okay,
is that
great.
live on your channel, Carrie?
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that if we're live, then people that listen right now can actually, at 9 o'clock tonight Pacific time, tune in wherever they are in the United States or the world. Now, if it works. But the thing is, this should tell you a lot, that NASA, he's a former NASA scientist. He was famous for making people aware of the face on Mars and all kinds of, actually even the hyperdimensional physics that David Sereda has also taken on board and created a whole sort of map of what he calls the hyperdimensional universe. And that includes all the hyperdimensional planets. Those are hidden. They're in another dimension, but they can actually become visible from time to time when you're in hyperdimensional anything. And for the purposes of this discussion, we are hyperdimensional. We are multidimensional is really more accurate, I think. But this is, so what David Sereda did, just in a nutshell, is that he has a way of using mathematics, and Richard Hoagland is totally on board with his mathematics. And we did shows where he basically tracked what is the anticipated trajectory of 3i Atlas, and it is literally going along like on a railroad track in the sky, if you want to visualize it, in this weird trajectory through our solar system. And it's making stops or flybys, if you will, of important planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and near Earth. Okay. And it's also going behind the sun. I can't remember. So if you watch my videos, I have like 5 of them or something at this point. Richard was supposed to join the last 3, and he was banned. He was unable to do so. So, but he is sending messages, and that's why I wanted to, maybe when we come back around, I can find the quotes that he made. But the bottom line here is also that I've been tracking the Anunnaki for many, many years. And so the weird thing is that I had no idea, like, about the mathematics. That's the last area I have expertise in. But as it happened, it matched my intuition and my download saying this looks like an Anunnaki craft. So indeed, he tracked it back to not coming from deep space, which is where they said originally it was coming from. And there's a scientist, his name is Avi Loeb, and I can get his background description if you need it, and we can in a minute or two and bring that forward if you'd like. But he's a lead scientist, if you will. In the mainstream, he does a Substack called Medium, and he writes articles on keeping us all up to date on his view of 3i Atlas. And now we have a sister planetoid. And there's no doubt whatsoever that this is it's an alien craft. It's a artificial craft. Okay. So it's not a comet. It's not a rock. It's actually surrounded by they don't say this, but I have a whistleblower called Mark Richards who talked about basically the Dyson sphere, and that a lot of Dyson spheres are constructed out in space, and that aliens often put things into it. I know it sounds kind of bizarre. And well, Earth could be in our solar system, could be even in a Dyson sphere, and we wouldn't necessarily know it. Now, so that sort of deepens the mystery. So they say it's 28 miles across. Well, 28 miles is approximately the size of New York City. So if you want to understand how big it is, it's not, a lot of people like to say it's, on one panel I was on, somebody was saying, oh, it's very similar to Umumu. Well, it's not similar. Okay, Umumu, unless they were lying about, which it's perfectly possible. But Umumu is, you've seen the picture. It's like a big rock in space, in essence, kind of a little bit flattened. And this is not that. Okay, it's so far from that, I can't even tell you. And I don't want to dominate, so I think I've talked enough. I have lots to say about it. I've been, deeply into this story. And now we have this thing called SWAN. They called it SWAN 2025 or SWAN 25. It's shown up. It looks more like it's hidden behind a comet, or it's not a comet at all, but it seems to be somehow at the same time and space as 3i Atlas. So we have 2 things now, not just one. And that opens the dialogue to the possibility that we've got, that could be, depends who you want to talk to. Some people think Galactic Federation is involved here, and we can talk about all that. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of people who are sort of woo-woo into their, cosmic thing. One person was talking about, it's going to help us ascend. No, I'm sorry. But if you don't know the history of our relationship with the Anunnaki, then you don't understand that they consider themselves gods, our rulers, that Anu is the head Anunnaki, that he is the father of Enki and Enlil. It's all in the Sumerian tablets, open to interpretation. Zachariah Sitchin wrote something like 12 books about it. So I'm just trying to give a whole litany. So anyone watching this who doesn't know Zipall might be able to get up to speed quickly. So I'll just shut up for now.
Yeah, and I was going to add, Carrie, Richard Hoagland. I wrote my first book with him, Dark Mission. He's a genius. I mean, he's brilliant. He's beyond brilliant. He has insights that nobody else has before anybody else has them. He's great.
Excellent, guys. Great discussion. Great insights, Carrie. Love your work. Thanks a lot, Laura. What are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Yeah, well, it's great to hear what everybody has to say. I've been kind of trying to keep up with just a lot of you guys' interpretation, and obviously remote viewing and just deeper understanding and talking to the folks that you talk to. I have to really wrap my head around it. I mean, I'm hearing everything from 7 comets coming, and when you hear the astronomers and the way that they describe it as a comet, that is not necessarily what is happening here. And I think with what you guys just shared, it reveals, a lot that, science is not going to cover. I mean, we see what science allows us to see, so-called science versus a much more multidimensional landscape. And I really feel that there's nothing that's here to help us ascend except for what we're unlocking within ourselves anyway. So comets tend to be more like messengers. If there's any kind of ship or craft involved, we've been dealing with galactic federations and Anunnaki for a really long time. Sure, this orbit of Nibiru. Some have said that it pretty much has imploded a long time ago, and there's only small parts of it that even still exist. And any Anunnaki return, I don't feel like they ever left, and I feel like they've been our foster parents that have acted like the gods that have kept us from true source, and that we need to awaken to that to collapse the control grid that is putting things in reversal. And there's always going to be a story behind a story. There's a story behind a story, like, and this is why it's important, these kind of panels, because obviously everybody here, including myself, have dug deep into the topics that we are familiar with, or we speak upon, or that some might consider us experts of. I wouldn't say that this has been something I've been able to gain clarity about, but I do have a strong feeling that they always leverage an event in order to create a psyop to distract us away from the truth. And this is no different. So I just love these conversations, because as long as we can put it all out on the table and talk about it, I mean, I find it very interesting that Richard Hoagland, out of all people, and well, it doesn't surprise me that much, but I was on panels with him back, and I think the panel you put on, Carrie, at one of the Camelot events, and we had an interesting dynamic because of the recruitment to go to Mars. But anybody who's being silenced, any information that's hard to get out there, is definitely, I would, and I think the people that are listening know, put more attention on that and really begin to dissect it. But it's not objects that are going to do it. It's us that are going to ascend. And it's going to take us breaking down the control matrix and the Anunnaki overlays and manipulation that have caused this dependency bond with a false authority structure that has this good cop, bad cop with Enki and Enlil. So I think if we can break that down, we'll also nullify any impact they can have on us, including dark weapons and even sleeper agents that are being activated. If we can understand the weaponized humans and any aspect of information that's been weaponized, we can override it and begin to collapse its impact on us. And I think that's just important for us to remember as far as ascension.
Wow.
I love that.
Stunning insights. Thanks, Laura. And wow, what an amazing panel. This is the way we should all be talking all the time. But Carrie's talking about we're heavily suppressed, like Richard Hoagland, unfortunately. Donna, what are your insights on 3i Atlas?
Well, I'm listening to the panel and I'm learning as they're speaking. I'm not that well diverse in this. I'm sort of a newbie in a sense. I've been hearing a lot of talk about what's going on. And that's why I love having the panel together, because they educate me and they're going to further educate all of Long Island and New York and hopefully the rest of the world. So I like people to know that I'm not well diverse in these subjects. My heart is very curious to know what's going on. And I have a great panel that's going to help educate us and open our minds to what's really going on in our world. And I love these guys. I'm being honest.
And so much is going to change from now until the conference too. Just like it has in the week since we had our panel in Las Vegas, because one thing you said, Carrie, there are no clear pictures of it. They are definitely holding up any kind of astronomical pictures. I just
Brad, there are clear pictures. They're just not going to let us see them. There are definitely clear pictures. We just aren't seeing them.
But what if, when it makes that closest connection, if all the amateur astronomers are able to see it and they can't hold that back, what if this is what really triggers a real disclosure in Earth? That's what I'm hoping, more than Project Bluebeam, which could be also part of the cabal's way of ushering in this new world order. That's what they always said it would be.
This is a good go-to panel for when the blue beam does come. You want to
at least we can look back here and see.
I have a question. When that energy, that change of energy comes that close to the earth, are you going to feel the electric? Or would you feel that jolt inside yourself? I mean, are we all connected to all this movement, right? So that kind of movement around that's happening with the planets, aren't we all affected by that? Am I off the charts here, or I missed it? Because I
Laura.
feel that everything moving and something like that coming that close to our hemisphere, our moon, and our sun, I think we're going to feel it within our own energy within our bodies. I'm hoping it's going to be a huge awakening, whether they
Well,
display it one way or not.
right.
I-
Remember, sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Oh no, you go first.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things Richard and I wrote about in Dark Mission, our book, and I've subsequently expanded on it in some other books I've written, The Choice, pick it up at Amazon. But the solar system is a system, and everything is connected. Primarily, the main functioning force that creates kind of everything is this spin energy, or what they call angular momentum, right? So it depends on if this object is massive enough, if it's got enough spin energy, and if it hits the right angles and configurations as it passes through the solar system, then yes, it can have a measurable physical effect. I mean, Richard's done experiments where he actually measured what's called the transit of Venus, where it's basically an eclipse where little tiny Venus comes across the disk of the sun, and he's recorded it on sensitive instruments, that there is something happening in terms of a physical effect that can be recorded. So you will feel something probably if this thing is really as significant as we expect it to be. You will get a vibe, basically. Yeah, Donna, I think that something weird is going on, and we already do, because of the fact, they're not ramping us up on this so much as we're responding to what I think we energetically already feel, which is that, something weird's going on. And there's so much weirdness in the air right now, gosh, let's name all the things, right?
I just wanted to mention real quick, the eclipse energy is, it's really powerful. The great thing is that all three outer planets are in harmony with each other. So Pluto, Uranus, Neptune are all in harmony with each other. And the North Node Pisces, Neptune, Aries, Saturn retrograding into Pisces, moving back into Aries is really the embodiment of the divine human. But there's going to be different levels that people experience planetary energies, comets. I mean, doesn't matter. Ships, federations, beings. It depends on your consciousness. So a frequency coming from Mars can have its shadow and its higher octave. Same with Saturn. You have the inverted Saturn, black cube Saturn, inversion that we've been, dealing with, but it's self-mastery. It's being our own internal authority. And when we graduate to these higher octaves, we have a different relationship with what we're all kind of feeling. We're not feeling it the same way. Like the shadow of Neptune is self-undoing, even suicide, even addiction, right? Its higher octave is being able to see the multidimensional, being able to see the unseen and bring life to the unconscious. You're going to have a completely different experience. So the question is, do we run away or do we face these things as we confront the energetic shifts?
Excellent points.
Inhale.
Now, let's move to the New York Awakening Summit on October 4th and 5th. Brad, what are you bringing to the conference?
Well, I've been asked to speak twice, and I'm going to do my Hidden Esoteric in Plain Sight based on my 3 books in the Esoteric series, which is basically all the things around the world that we've always seen and maybe didn't pay much attention to, but have a hidden symbology. And it's been said that symbols are the language of the Illuminati. So we're going to look at all the ways that they're peppering us with their symbology and what it might mean. And then I'm also going to do the hidden anomalies of Antarctica, which, as all you know, I went down there 7 years ago. And I'm working on a new book, which is actually done. I'm just building the index for it right now. And some of these panelists might write an endorsement for it. And it's a great book. I think it's my best. It's my 11th book. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Antarctica, too. There, too, may be the trigger point for disclosure if what really is below the ice and in Antarctica could ever come forward. It's going to be amazing. And I now have U-boat maps of Germany during World War II that they show the exact route to get underneath the ice, well deep into the continental landmass to within 100 miles of the South Pole. And that happens to be where this giant hole is in the ice, where Admiral Byrd flew a plane in and saw this fantastic landscape. So there could be high civilization, maybe alien craft that have crashed there that are now coming to the fore, and all the other great and weird stuff about Antarctica I'm going to be talking about in that presentation. So I'm looking forward to giving it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, I look forward to that book. And, I believe that, Antarctica, I know all of us could probably go deep into this subject, but I believe at one time it was ice free. There was, pole shift, and maybe we'll see it free of ice again in the future. But Mike Barrow, what are you bringing to the conference? What's your focus?
At this point, I don't know, because I don't know which thing I want to talk about. There's so many things to talk about. There's 3i Atlas. There's the political situation. I'm thinking about writing a book, and I'm talking to Brad. Brad, maybe you'll publish it. I don't know. Somebody will, I suppose. About the three coups, the three presidents that have been removed because of the alien presence. President Kennedy, President Nixon, because he had the audacity to show Jackie Gleason the alien bodies and stuff like that. And they said, we got to get rid of this guy. And then Donald Trump, who's the one under whom we created Space Force, which I believe is like Shadow from the old Jerry and Sylvia Anderson show UFO, which is supposed to be the space defense against the aliens. I think that's why he created that branch. And he also was releasing information about JFK because he was going to tell people about aliens. And it seems to me you have to set the table for that revelation by convincing people aliens are actually a thing, which seems to be what Donald Trump did almost immediately after he took his first oath of office. So then, of course, he was removed, and we all know what happened with the EF, the thing we can't really talk about on certain open channels. The second word is fraud. The first word starts with an E. And so, but it's interesting because it seems like the dark state, the deep state, is getting weaker and weaker. But they've gone from to just using EF to remove a president. Which the whole world could see how completely phony that was, and everybody knows who really won in 2020. So I want to talk about all that stuff, but the ground is shifting underneath us so fast that I'm not sure if I will. I mean, there could be major revelations about 3i Atlas since then. So I think we'll focus on secret space programs. I don't know, but it'll be something between what Brad has and Laura's got and all that stuff. But it'll be good. And then the other thing is, look, we got these congressional committees showing videos of what looked to me as an aerospace engineer, former aerospace engineer. They're saying these are videos of UAPs being hit by missiles, and it looks to me like a target balloon being punctured by a drone. So the question then becomes, if I'm right, let's just assume I am, why are they lying to the people on these committees? Why are they setting up Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burchett to look like fools when they can expose it? They're saying these videos are UFOs and aliens. I'm unimpressed by any of them at this point. The USS Omaha or the Hellfire missile one. To me, it just looks like a drone pops a balloon. And so I mean, it just doesn't. They just don't make any sense. But Carrie, I hear you, but I understand. I know
balloon,
what they do.
Really? Do you have to use that? I mean, it's not a balloon. Trust me.
It pops like a balloon.
It actually survives the impact of the missile, so it's not a balloon. Right.
I want to get into an argument with Carrie.
Okay.
I want to get into Carrie. I'll put
just don't keep
out.
us in the same room. That's all I
can rip me
suggest
apart.
at this moment.
So, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I think let's just pretend that I know my shit and that it's a balloon being struck by a drone and it's punctured. Let's assume that. Let's assume I know a little.
No, let's not assume that.
Then the question is,
do you want to podcast? How about that?
What's going to happen, Michael? But the question then is a bigger question, Carrie, that I think it's more important that we should both be addressing is, if that's true, why are they setting up these congressional committees to look like fools? There's an underlying narrative that they want to push, and they're going to try to undermine these people in the political realm. The question is why and to what end, and what are they planning on springing on us instead? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Very good. And you're like me, Mike. I just feel the audience out, and I just talk about what comes to mind. So it seems to work out pretty good for me that way as well. Gary, what are your thoughts? What are you going to share? Are you like?
Besides ripping on me, what are you?
Yeah, right. No, I do want to talk about the Anunnaki through Atlas. the Charlie Kirk. I just made a major video about the Charlie Kirk situation, the white hats, how they're conducting themselves, how they created that basically false flag, and how he's in witness protection. So I think my information is absolutely unequivocal. And there are a couple other people out there that are, sort of on my side of the spectrum. But I found the quote from Richard that he wrote to this small group that I'm part of. And it says, "It's time for every human on earth to face the truth. They're here. In fact, 2 ET groups seem to have arrived simultaneously, each in very different planet-sized spaceships." So we have this thing, he says, and this is, I'm continuing a little bit here. He says, the latest Swan 25 now image is taken by another amateur astronomer. So we're not, yes, they actually have made AI videos where they've talked about this Event Horizon hacker group that supposedly hacked NASA. But then when you look at the video, they don't give you any new real pictures at all. They say they hacked them. They say they got all kinds of pictures and they don't show them. So somehow something very weird going on with that. This thing, he said, this is Richard's words. He's saying that this latest ET vehicle is heading right for Earth. This is, there's this sort of amateur astronomer called Philippe Romanov. He got, I guess, some good images, and I can show you this. So I actually have a lot of images for you. I could just go through them really, really quickly. So let me see if I can share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Because, pictures are better than 1,000 words.
Totally.
They say. So I hope that I can get to this. So hold on one second here. I just need to show my desktop. That would be the best thing. Okay, I'm not sure how to do that. Okay.
Hope nobody out there thinks we're like Heaven's Gate here when hail bombs come through and I'm kind of suicide.
Well, I have a major image right here to show you that Richard sent. So, it is useful. Share screen. I think we can do that. Hello? Okay. Chrome tab window. Let's try entire screen. Okay, let's try window. Okay, can you see? Are you able to see anything right now?
I think, Michael, it'll pop up as another window.
All right. So do you see this? This is it. Okay, I think I got it. Right? Is that it? You see that?
Yeah, you got it.
So this Richard Hoagland sent through. I guess the image is captured by this. And he also is saying, why is Trump saying nothing? Which, of course, they aren't saying anything, which is really annoying to everyone. And by the way, the UAP hearings, they are disclosing some very important stuff there, but they're still sort of examining their navels and basically wondering if there are crash retrievals, something we solved, I don't know, a good 20. I've been doing this 20 years with whistleblowers, and impeccable evidence, and all of them working in above top secret most of their lives. So, what is taking so long? It's just a dog and pony show that's just being dragged out. It is embarrassing how, sorry to say, how stupid a lot of these people do appear to be. The obvious is the obvious. Okay, so this is how this new thing called Swan 25 looks, at least at this moment, in an enhanced picture. Okay, now if I can, I don't know how to get rid of it. That it doesn't want to let me do that. So I have a whole shitload of pictures here that I can show you. So can you guys see this? Is this on the screen now? It looks like a wheel, kind of.
No, you haven't shifted.
Still the same.
Oh,
slide.
all right, hold on. Okay, so if you go like,
Maybe just exit out of that and then click on the new one.
okay, stop screen and
There we
then
go.
present, share screen. I mean, Zoom is so much better than this. This is just like really bad news. Okay, okay, so there is an astronomer. Can you see that this is a drawing?
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a drawing by John Walson. He's someone I know, I've met. He's actually very famous for photographing craft right near the sun. He has been on the Rents show years ago, many times. He is an astronomer. He lives in England. I've seen his telescopes. We've been on the top of a rooftop in Malta watching UFOs go by with his telescope. So he's the real thing. Now he is afraid for his life. He's not allowed to say, he can look through his telescope, but he can't tell us what he's seeing. But he did make a drawing. This is what he saw of 3I Atlas. So he seems to see some kind of craft. And by the way, it's surrounded by rings of some kind of atmosphere, something like a Dyson sphere or something, and then some black space. So it's kind of floating in the middle of these protective rings, if you will. So just showing you that. I think I can go right down the road here. Now, these are his. Okay, so what he did was he went online, he searched, and he's completely obsessed. So he searched for the best images of 3I Atlas. And so I'm just going to run through these really quickly and show you what he got, because no one has seen them except the people who have watched my shows and so on and so forth. So these are much more interesting, I think you must admit, than anything you've been seeing or anyone else has been seeing. And they're getting a level of detail which is quite extraordinary.
Carrie, these are John's photos, is that correct? John Leonard Walsh?
Okay, so let me repeat. If he actually shows you what he can see through his telescope. He can see through his telescope is like the surface of Saturn. I mean, I've been right with him when he's looking at this stuff. He's got the moon like so up close you wouldn't even believe it. I mean, he's got the goods. NASA lies to you. They have the goods, okay? So they have Solar Warden that patrols our space, our solar system. They have, believe me, they're in contact even. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're in contact. So again, I'm just going to get that out of here. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Those are some pictures just to sort of whet your appetite, if you will. You probably are going to see more tonight on Hoagland's show.
Awesome.
If he's allowed to do anything. But the bottom line here is that we, the people, are, and we have to demand the truth from our governments, okay, around the world. And the secret space program, look, what Donald Trump put in place, Space Force, was a covering that was basically his effort to try to own what the secret space program, secret government, which is mostly underground and off planet, is doing. Okay. So that is his administration's effort to take control of that. He is not successful so far, as I'm concerned. Okay, now we don't know what kind of negotiations are going on with 3I Atlas, but I can guarantee you they're in touch. They're in contact. And there was actually a shutdown of all images, period, not because of the sun, but just between July 21st and August 21st. There was like a month of total blackness that we humans were not party to anything that was going on. So they could have, gone out there, boarded the ship, had meetings. We would not be the wiser. I'm just trying to paint a picture. We are in the dark, literally not being told anything. So this is the trouble. But there are things that this particular craft are doing that are sort of in your face. When it is going on a trajectory, what David Sereda talked about is that every point that it's crossing relates to a historical event, especially religious historical event back in our history, which means they know us intimately. They know how humans think. They know, what you believe, and that, Methuselah lived for 100 years. I mean, all these different correspondences are mathematical. And the way aliens can communicate with humans, even if you don't share, the same language, is through mathematics. So what they're signaling to us is that they have been watching us, that they have been recording us, and that they came into our solar system at a particular time and place where everything is being orchestrated from their end. Okay. And how we react. Well, we react secretly because we've got a secret government, a secret space program, and it goes from there. And the evidence, if you don't believe me, is also that Richard Hoagland is being blocked, because I think they're afraid this is a moment for him as a scientist who goes out beyond, where I think is saying of his website or something, where no man dares to go or whatever. So that's why they're afraid he's going to, he's some kind of a drama queen. And so he's going to take this moment and make a big deal of it. In a sense, he's been waiting for this all his life. Okay. So now you want me to, this is kind of, I will talk about this. I tend to link up the dots. I connect the dots. They tried to do a, false flag.
Let's save that, because that's the next part of my discussion. And
okay. You said what subjects? These are subjects. I'm not going to talk about it.
Subjects. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, that's the kind of thing that I will talk about, is everything under the sun and link them all together.
Wow, that sounds absolutely incredible. Laura, what are your plans? What do you plan on discussing? I always enjoy your discussions, your insights. So what are you planning on?
Well, I'm really excited to hear everybody. My gosh. Well, I there's a lot of different layers, different kind of subjects that connect. I share a bit about my great grandfather Eisenhower, not because I want to make that my focus, but there's a lot that they're trying to keep from us about what took place during his administration, and it's not just about him; it's the voice that he had for many of us back then, for sovereignty, for freedoms, for liberation from the deep state. There were things he set in motion to dismantle that, but of course, it's us dismantling it. But touching upon a little bit of that, the millions of dollars that are spent every year to silence people like us, Richard Hoagland, all of us that have dealt with censorship, how hard it is to, bounce back. I mean, we do, and that's maybe 2 slides, right? The rest of it, maybe a few, just on, just some of the deeper layers of all this that some really extraordinary people have helped me to understand, including a lot of folks here, just about that particular era, that particular time in our history. So I'll share what I've learned there and how that lines up with a lot about just our connection. And that's very brief. A lot of it's going to be about the weaponization of the zodiac, how that relates to the 12-strand DNA, 12 houses, 12 strands, 12 stargates. I mean, just the connection with all of this, the multidimensional cosmos, and our reconnection to the Christ Sophia, the divine blueprint. Not in a woo-woo kind of new agey way, but in the way of how does this relate to the planetary grid network, and what were the reversal grids? What happened that made it so we're born into a system that literally from the beginning of our life begins to throw us into inversion through all the pillars of society that are all swamps that need to be drained. How does this show up in the zodiac with all the different astrological alignments that are going on? What is the psyops that we're being thrown to hijack that growth period and initiation that we all experience in our own unique ways? Is to bring us, into the 0-point unified field and not be so ruled, by alignments too, because a lot of what rules us are that Anunnaki that, Carrie talks about so much, and others that have been in the field. And I know all of you have touched upon the subject. Where is that overlay? How does it show up there? How can we begin to move into the 12 tones, the flames, the true representation of what this meant, where it was much more embodied than, something we experience on a prediction level, which is important for awareness. It's like we'd want to know the weather forecast before going out. If want to make sure we wear a rain jacket and a coat, if it's going to be that kind of weather. But how can we drop being played, being controlled and manipulated, and how to clear or acknowledge the clearing that needs to take place in our creative channels, to move beyond the archonic sort of lower astral, lower shadow Neptune, to move into that multidimensional awareness as a scriptwriter, as a empowered person that reclaims that creative imagination and writes a better script for our future. So it just goes into where does that show up in places we don't expect? And that can be incredibly revealing, just like iridology, or looking at, hidden things about our bodies that might reveal more than we thought. So I'm kind of shedding light on some of those sort of things. And and that, yeah, the future is in our hands. So a lot about galactic history and the remedial tone that the system was designed to keep out, so the mother energy would never return and reclaim her body. It's sort of like them doing that to our physical body with geoengineering, that nature experiences that we experience through all sorts of bioweapons and tactics being used to, hook us in, that we can absolutely collapse and override through the power of our reconnection to our truth. And that's what my book is about, awakening the truth frequency, that is enough to collapse this control matrix. And that in a location, why is this location so significant? Montauk area, Long Island, that we would all come together and what has, touching upon what's gone on there, and what our presence, what our field, what our unity and conversations and presentations and love and everybody that we relate to, and what our intent is and what we send out is going to shift the vibration of a very, very targeted area of the world.
Wow, fantastic. Always love your going down the rabbit hole of the consciousness. You always make it comfortable. So it's like,
oh, good.
I'm like,
Michael, can I say something? Is it okay,
absolutely, Donna,
everyone, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here listening to you, and I have no doubt how fabulous this summit event's going to be, because each of you are actually all talking about the same exact thing. You're putting it into a timeline because we're prepared for the information to come forth now. Whether you use pixels and numbers, how everything is number coded now, plastic, we're in a transition. And however we want to formulate it, your grandfather with the 3 presidents that Mike brought up, we really should start with you and what went on with his history first, and then how Kennedy and all the other presidents followed through with that, in my opinion. And I love that Mike and Kerry can go at it a bit because they're both right in their own ways. And there are that many people that will hear both sides. So I love that we can be together and really roll up our sleeves and pitch it out there. And I think the history that Brad is bringing forth is just another unraveling. We wouldn't have been able to be here a day sooner than we are. We are here because we've been prepared to be here today, whether it's through the zodiac energies of the planet. These programs that we were born into have been well illustrated a million years ago. We're just part of the timeline. This is all that this is. It's an energy awakening. And the matrix about the federal government, the IRS, that's all part of it. We're ready to hear and think different because we're being turned on, or whatever we're going to call it. And I really think the urgency of putting this together in a half an hour, and you guys are great to be on board with me. I appreciate that. But it isn't about any of us. It's about spreading the message and getting people more prepared to, and we are in for a magnificent season. It's going to be wild. Look what happened when I spoke to you till today. The events are happening so quickly. They're shocking. You believe them, you don't believe them, where they're coming from, but everyone's starting to think a little bit. That's the best part of right now. So having you here to sit with the audience and resonate that information that you're rising, your consciousness is rising. So how it was designed, how the numbers are pixel and computerized, and how this is coming in, and the transition we're into going forward. This is the exact right time for all of us to be together. And I just want to say once again, Michael, thank you so much for grouping us together and letting us share our message to the Long Islanders of New York.
Yeah, definitely. And I like what Laura said about the Montauk project. And Brad and I and you were talking about the Montauk project before we went on. Brad brought up the excellent point that one of the seats from one of the craft was taken to Montauk and hooked people up. And, that Netflix show Stranger Things kind of can lose to some of these things that have been used for the Montauk. And other people have talked about the Montauk project for many years. But let's jump into other controlled information and thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And that's a Charlie Kirk event that just happened. Brad, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk?
Oh boy, so many inconsistencies. We're not being told the truth. I had high hopes for Kash Patel, but he seems to be going along with this lone nut shooter. I mean, it's the same script over and over and over again. But now I just saw today that they've done the analysis on the gunshot, and it was at close range. So this is just throwing
That's
everything into a
crazy.
tizzy to try to stick with this old narrative. It's just, I don't know how people could really go along with it anymore, but this could very well be the linchpin we need to turn the tides against this deep state who keeps doing these kind of things and keeps trying to tell us, oh no, it's just a one-off lone nut shooter. And I also saw that the governor of Utah said the kid has not talked yet. So everything you see, all these fake inquiries into his texts with his lover and all this, it's just, once again, it so reminds me of Lee Harvey Oswald. And I think, Mike, you might want to chime in with this, all the parallels and the one-off shooter kind of thing, and how this just doesn't really add up. And unfortunately, I might have to go here in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm in the library and they're closing up in a couple minutes.
That's why
So
I
I just want to close by saying I can't wait to see all you guys in Long Island. And Donna, thank you so much for bringing us together. It's going to be a great event. And I'm going to watch the replay on this and see what you guys have to say after I got to jump off.
All right, and I will
Thank you,
try to
Paul.
get you your little book blurb by Monday. I promise. Okay, I'll get on it. But tomorrow's football day, so forget that. Yeah.
Give me
Thanks,
that.
bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
And
Brad.
so from like, I think within an hour, maybe 2 hours after the Charlie Kirk incident, I come on and basically destroy the narrative right away. I've seen these things. I've studied these things over time. And then was basically they hijacked a deep state event that they knew was coming. That's my thoughts on it. But the narrative continues. But this is something we see in a lot of these events where they'll continue all these different narratives. Oh, the shot came from here, and you get all these experts to come on and talk about it. And we just see so many anomalies. Every day there's more. It's 21 days to create a habit. They want to just keep force feeding us and controlling our consciousness until at some point we just accept it. Even though all of us were out, saying, this is false, this is negative, don't go for it. Still people went and got it. So it is something that we're doing again. So I think we're going to see a lot of this stuff in the future because this is a play against the deep state, and the white hats are basically taking the script and turning it against the deep state. So I don't see it as a huge negative, although Carrie and I and all of us here will agree that, yeah, we would like to say the truth, and that's our business to put out the truth. We're not attached to anyone. No one's controlling us or puppeting us, although I see some people out there that are. We're out there sharing the information that's true, and you're going to get it from us. We're going to constantly give you the true information. You can decide for yourself what you want to believe, and that's just the way it's going to be going forward until everybody wakes up. So that's going to take a little bit longer. Carrie, what are your thoughts?
Well, I can play a clip that's like less than probably a minute long, where
Okay.
107 is describing how they put people into witness protection.
Right.
And he was the reason that matters. It's all in my video that I made. But Kash Patel was talking to for the FBI. He was on a podium, and he basically made a statement to Charlie saying, so long, brother, we've got this. I'll see you in Valhalla. And those words are actually echoed by 107 in a previous broadcast. And he is ostensibly the spokesperson, the lead spokesperson for what is in essence the Trump White Hats or the Trump MAGA movement, or whatever you want to call the name of what they do. Okay. But they are the ones that are the military arm of the Trump MAGA movement. And Juan is the ostensible leader. I've been told he has a rank higher than general. He is JFK Jr., and I have backed that up with lots of evidence over the years and done many interviews about that. So what I'm saying here is not going to be per se about that, but it is what he said in this statement that is so striking. So I could basically share my screen again if that works and play this 1 minute video if it works. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's play that. That's a good.
Okay, it just takes 1 second for this thing to play.
long and short of it is that you're on his stage. You know, when you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity. And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community? And then you can bring them out later on.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
So this is, as far as I'm concerned, a tell, you know, if you want to call it that. So this is kind of what we're talking about is getting these tells from one, Kash Patel, and two, somebody unearthed this piece of video footage where Juan was explaining. So Juan himself, being JFK Jr., is also part of the package. So he knows, he orchestrates this. I believe he's behind a lot of the orchestration of, and the reason they brought Charlie Kirk into witness protection and staged a whole assassination scenario for the world is to stop, to hide him, to take him off the world stage at a time when he was being threatened by Israel. That much is evident in, you know, a lot of the press information, a lot of his speeches towards the end of his so-called life, and so on. So they had to put him into hiding because otherwise they were going to lose him. And JFK Jr. knows this better than anyone because right when he was going to run for president, and Charlie Kirk was the selection, or at least one of them, of the White Hat group under Trump for who would come and follow in Trump's footsteps. So he was their choice. Somehow that got leaked. Somehow that put him in great danger. And then Netanyahu was offering him huge sums of money to support Israel. This is recent news and this is substantiated. So put two and two together. What would you do with a guy that you needed to protect to keep him alive for the future if you saw the best possible future scenario for our, you know, planet, or at least the United States, is this young man who is quite brilliant and a wonderful speaker. So this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I almost completely agree with you on all your points. So, Mike, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I don't know if it's a false flag. I do know, you know, I'm watching these guys doing this with their baseball caps and signaling right before he's shot, and they're clearly signaling to a shooter. The close range thing doesn't seem likely to me. It clearly looks as though that he gets hit and the bullet goes through that way, which means a guy who's higher up and shooting down. Logically, I have a friend, Mike. He's like you. He's got a special forces background. I'm going to do my show on Monday. I'm going to ask Steve Doran about it, the trail boss, and see what he thinks about all. There's definitely something fishy going on, but I think it's the thing I want to discuss is not so much the incident itself, but let's assume he did pass away. I did see a video from a guy who was with him the entire time after the shooting. One of his mentors, a pastor, and he gave a pretty convincing testimony. And so I don't know which is the truth, and I'm not going to argue that. But let's talk about the impact of the incident as if he were shot. And what you can see is that this is a turning point event, to use a pun. This is something that's changed America almost the way 9/11 changed it. You've got people who lean Democrat who are now like F the Democrats. There is a major going on because of this. And you see the deep state trying to respond as if Jimmy Kimmel losing his crappy rated show is the same thing. Even Elon Musk said, he went full retard. You never go full retard to Ben Stiller. He told him that and said, just STFU, get out of here. Because what matters is that he was taken off the stage. Now, whether it was by the white hats or by the black hats, he was taken off the stage because he loved God, because he loved Jesus, because he loved America, and because he was changing the hearts and minds of young people and turning them away from the satanic dark cabal. That's why he's not with us anymore. So for whatever reason, witness protection, whatever it is, when they strike at us like that, you know, Michael, I don't start fights, you know, but if you swing at me, I'm going to punch back. And I think that's what you're going to see here over the next few weeks. Maybe it's not the best course of action. Maybe it's not what we should do, but I feel like this is like a seismic shift in the body politic of America, and the response is going to be chilling. I mean, I'm just thinking we're that close. We're that close to a Charles Bronson movie where people are just sick and tired of girls getting stabbed on you know, subways and people being shot for speaking their mind and talking about God. And I just think the response is going to be very, very difficult for us to all get through. We're headed into a tough stretch here for sure.
Yep. I think it's a turning point too, but you know, like 9/11 was a deep state controlled operation.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump's fake assassination was a white hat operation that was flipped. And I think this is the same thing. So
I don't know which this is. I hope it's a white hat operation. And a year from now, he reemerges and says, you know, we had to do this. So I hope that's true.
So I give you my extensive background, and I say it's a white hat operation. So Laura, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of that going on. A lot of white hat operations. And I mean, the division, the polarization is getting, you know, worse to the extreme. And with all these, we're not talking just sleeper agents. We're talking, you know, people that are just amongst us that have crossed the border, that have been, you know, activated, that have been released from underground base. I mean, God only knows how much that is, you know, going on, and what this bioweapon has done to people's mind connected to the 5G as well, to create more unrest, more division, more danger for, you know, all of us. And we've all put ourselves out on the line. We know it. We're a team, I feel, with the white hats and the positive military units and the things that are going on to shift what's going on the planet. So what we see on the world stage is very different than what is actually going on. And I do definitely feel that there are a lot of different stories that seem to be coming from that side, patriot or white hats, or they're doing this and they're clearing this out and they're being executed, that make people complacent, and some are very, very, you know, accurate, I'm sure. And you're the one that is really that clarity, you know, Michael, and all of you, Carrie and Mike as well, to really be able to see the anomalies and the signs. And if you don't know how to read that, you can't really navigate very well what's going on in the news. There's a lot of CGI. There's a lot of AI. There's white hat operations. I definitely felt that the assassination with Trump immediately was a white hat operation. And intuitively, that was the first hit that I felt about Charlie. I've kind of kept a distance from the news lately just because my energy field has been so overwhelmed. But I feel so much is moving in our favor, because an awakening humanity is going to have a society and a system that is collapsing and reflecting back the victory of what we're attaining from within. And we just have to stay the course, regardless of where we might feel where the information takes us. Even you guys arguing, you could tell it's playful. You don't mean anything vicious. The thing is, these conversations without the division and holding that line and being that example for others, that we can all see different perspectives and have different backgrounds or opinions about this, and have a wonderful conversation about it and learn from each other. So I think, Michael, you've always talked about, you know, this being able to see and remote view, and with your background and your insiders, Carrie, and your incredible research, and everybody here. So it's going to be amazing. I got to go to be at this event. Thank you so much, Donna, for pulling us together. I just have so much love and respect for all of you. And Michael, it's always amazing to see you. And I look forward to seeing, where all of this goes. And it'll be interesting to see how the next couple of years unfold. But yeah, I definitely see something spiking, and will override and help to de-weaponize the humans that are becoming weaponized, and that the white hat operations are happening to protect a lot of people right now too.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah,
love you, Laura.
Love you guys.
Love you too. Thanks.
Do you want to hear what I think about Charlie? What happened?
Yeah.
You're interested?
Just sorry, I'm going to have to go as well. But I can stay for your whatever you might say here, Laura.
Thank you, Carrie.
Donna,
Thank you.
but I actually have to go.
I think I hope it's a white hat operation. There's been so much of that around here. We don't know the truth about much of anything we've ever learned anyway. So we don't really know what's going on here, but let's just use the fact that we can look and have a conversation and figure out white, dark. But the fact is that he was assassinated in front of a lot of young American children, young adults that are going to be, running the world, making peace, full of hate. We don't know. And it's a global, it affected the entire planet. So whether it's white or dark, the fact is the reality in the world that we are living, it was traumatizing to see a life being taken out. Young father, upcoming, someone's son, husband, father, and all he did was have peace rallies and conversations, spoke to people who had nothing in common with him. It was a very peaceful exposure. And then he got shot. And I think the message is, America, you wave your flag, you're an American. Don't let anything keep you down. Don't be afraid of anything. I think this is going to bring people out and give them a lot of courage in a peaceful way. Because if that's the leadership that Charlie was projecting, peaceful conversations with people who have nothing in common with you, I'm all for it. And I think that shakeup was not only based here in America, but it hit globally. The millions, the billions of people that don't have these conversations, but it affected them. So it's time to stand up with pride and not be afraid to speak freely amongst other people who are different from you. And that hate and that division, how they're constantly dividing you to hate somebody. He was a peaceful man who spoke to people who are very different. That was to try to make you afraid of being a free soul spirit. Let's not forget that. And one other thing, well, I'm an American. I'm not agreeing with all of what America did, right or wrong, but I'm an American and I am going to wave my American flag. And if you're an American and you're living here and you don't like seeing that American flag, that's a sad day for you. But not all the Americans here, put your flags out, be proud to be an American, support what Charlie's efforts were, freedom of speech, the loving people that we are here in America, stand up for America, the loving, peaceful people that we are, support Charlie. Do not ever be afraid of being shut down. He did what he did. Believe it or you don't believe it, future adults of this world. They're trying to frighten you to not speak. And I don't want anyone ever to say that he was a brave man. You don't have to be brave to speak freely from your heart. You just have to speak freely from your heart. And we have to stand behind what happened there. That's how I feel about what happened to Charlie.
Beautiful, Donna. And
Thank you.
your Awakening Summit, again, it's October 4th and 5th.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, and I just want to sort of pull apart this mythology that is taking place as a result of because according to my information and my research and my own intuition, white hat operation that goes back probably at least a year and maybe more than 1 year. And I believe that they use this opportunity to do, especially to mislead the dark hats, at least from the outset, and then also for them to track and trace the sort of people on the street type enemies that they have, and possibly others plotting for nefarious acts in the very near future. So everyone who follows Juan O'Savin and Nino will know that they have been talking about some kind of guerrilla warfare happening, some possible change up in this financial system. And as a result of that prediction, which I could show you, there's a triangle that Nino shows on his latest shows, and it shows you all the sort of levels of obstacles that they think are coming in the future. And we're kind of at the top of the triangle, which has to do with, again, guerrilla war. coming from the dark side because they're losing ground. Although I don't necessarily see their position the same as Juan or Nino. And I've kind of made that clear over the years because I have been interviewing whistleblowers from above top secret for 20 years now. And as a result of that, my perspective is different than your average human walking around. So I just want to say that you may not agree with me. I want to precept this by saying that I love Juan and Nino and the whole White Hat team. And that goes way back. I've been working with them since 2010. Of course, I was kind of kicked off the team by Juan because he was afraid that I would see through his facade, which I did. And then I posted a lot of information out there on shows and on my website, which is still there, showing how he does his disguise and the fact that he's JFK Jr. And it goes from there. So if you're not familiar with my work, or you're not familiar with those shows and my postings, I have made them available. All you have to do is go onto my website and under search, just put JFK. You don't even have to add the junior. And you will come across all the pages with information, photos, videos, where I explain how I got to know John, and met him in person several times and have had sort of an ongoing, I don't know what you want to call it, contentious relationship with him. It was very friendly at first, and then, he actually thought that I wasn't on the right page for the White Hats because I'm a person who really wants to get the truth out. That works against their agenda. They are using a lot of the dark side operational, type operations and ways of behaving, trajectories, plans, etc., to carry out their own false flags, fake assassinations, and other things of that nature, to take the audience, to take the people, and to do what, even people in power have always done, which is to manipulate you in the direction where they want you to go. Now, the fact that their sort of objectives are positive does not change the fact that they're using sort of negative reinforced activities, if you will. They're lying, they're deceiving, they're using all the intelligence, operational procedures and so on to basically get the people to act in certain ways that they want to see, and to actually push their game plan along so eventually they can get rid of the dark side. So they have good intentions, but sometimes their operational procedures are not totally in the light, if you will. And I can understand that. In times of war, we do what we have to survive and to save the lives of the people around us. So that is their first priority. I honor that. However, I also think that people need to be told the truth, and there's times when they kind of overdo their misleading tactics. Okay, so in that light, I'm going to now proceed to tell you the way I see the Charlie Kirk fake, false flag, fake assassination, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean I'm going to be completely right on every detail, but I think in the end, you may end up agreeing with me, even if you started this video thinking that I was crazy, which is fine, I don't care. But you're going to see that these things do add up to the actual truth. So I think there are a lot of people out there, astute people, who realize that there are so many things about this whole performance, and it was a performance, that don't fit. When I tell you my points of view, which I've already put on my Substack and on my Telegram in bits and pieces, kind of backed up with videos and clips and this and that, you're going to understand why I see things the way I do. So first of all, let me say that I have gathered over the years and following the White Hats since at least 2010, when I was also writing articles about them and for them, working with Laden, doing some interviews with him about the coming financial changes that have not really, at least ostensibly, taken place quite yet. But I think we're right on the verge of that. And I think that's part of the reason they decided to do this operation now. Although I think there's an extenuating circumstance when you look at all the evidence that if you don't have this front and center in your mind, you need to know the ultimate objective and why Charlie Kirk was the person chosen for the operation. And so the understanding here is that even from 107, but also from other sources, somehow it got leaked that Charlie Kirk was a sort of chosen as a possible presidential candidate to follow in the footsteps of Trump. Trump's not going to live forever. Some of us might wish he would. He is in hiding a good part of the time. It's true. There are several doubles of Trump, shorter, fatter doubles for the most part. But the real guy, I believe, is still around and showing up from time to time. So I know that this weekend, I believe it is, that they're going to have this whole funeral procession, I don't know, mourning thing, whatever, commemoration, call it what you will. And it just troubles me that so many people are going to be deceived and in pain, really, over that he has this lovely family that was left behind and so forth. So I just want this to be put into your understanding to see where you might fall as far as understanding why they lie to you, what's their motivation, and all about the White Hats operations in general. So this is not the first time I ever made a video about the subject, but I haven't for a while. I just kind of got tired of doing that sort of thing. Because sometimes they just take it as criticism, and it's not actually criticism in this traditional sense. What I'm interested in is for people to take seriously that the White Hats could be doing things a bit differently, that they could be raising the bar, that we could ask for Juan, for example, to raise the bar, to come forward out of his disguise, to tell the truth about who he really is and why he had to be in hiding. Because if you don't understand what they do and why they do it, then you're not really learning. They think they're teaching you certain truths, and perhaps they are, but they're not teaching you the real truths. And this is very important for humanity to grow. So it's all very nice to have a team that's working on our behalf to fight the dark side, but they can't do it alone. And I just did a lecture in Vegas about that topic and why they need us, which is really very obvious. And they wouldn't make such a big thing over the vote if they didn't need you. Okay, so understand that you and your point of view and your consciousness is very much impacting the trajectory of planet Earth, the future of your children, and where we're going from here. Okay, so I have lots of notes and data to refer to. And so I'm going to kind of go down it. And then I also have, so let me direct you to my website, projectcamelotportal.com. And I also have a Substack with the exact same article. So both of those have, obviously, Charlie Kirk was a wonderful guy from all intents and purposes. And let me say that I did not know him. In fact, I never saw him speak or anything like that. So I was not familiar with him when I first saw him, when the first news came out that he had been on stage. And let me also say that since then, I have listened to various speeches of his and can see that he was quite a brilliant guy. He certainly seemed to have his heart in the good place. And he had a lovely family and they all looked wonderful. I will say that as far as I was concerned initially, this was obvious that this was an operation, but then that's kind of how I see the world. I'm totally aware of how much deception is out there, and most of the time I get it right for what it's worth, and so on. So in this situation, I will say that if you read my banner here, you will also see that it was staged, and I'm basically saying this is a great opportunity to come forward and tell the audience the truth. But they are going to choose not to do that. They're choosing to continue what I call the dog and pony show, which is unfortunate that they're doing it that way, but that's kind of how it's been. So I just want to say that I believe the best way for them to start approaching the people, since this is going on now since 2016. So I'm not sure how many years is that, maybe 11 years or more. And the bottom line is that they've been lying to the people on and off whenever they, decided to do an operation or decided to try to change the trajectory of, what they're doing. And I think their excuse would be, well, they put it on the Q posts, a lot of it. And they did. A lot of the Q posts do have hints about various things that they'd be doing. And they did work with an AI, so they got a lot of that stuff maybe pretty correct. However, it's more important on the human level. As I say, who is going to save your soul if not you? And if you're not going to make decisions that are actually in the best interests of humanity, in spite of what fight you're fighting, throughout the centuries, we have had all kinds of people, whether they're in armor, like in the days of Camelot, or, fighting wars and so on and so forth. They're fighting under a king, supposedly, or a queen. And this is how it goes. But they make decisions for you by and large. And all they do is sort of ask for your support. Basically, put up and shut up for the most part. And if you speak up, then you are in sort of danger, I guess you might say. You're not just in danger from the dark side, you're also in danger from the white hats themselves. But I have been risking this for a very long time. I've gone through this in more than one century of my life or lives, and even going back to the days of Camelot. So, interestingly enough, King Arthur's Camelot Round Table is made up of most of our whistleblowers, I believe. And it's written about in my book if you want to know more about that whole saga. I will say it's no accident that Wano Savin, who is leading the charge, he's a high level, I don't know, someone told me he's higher than a general in this war of worlds that we're involved in. And so he's making the strategic decisions along with generals. Supposedly 200 generals chose Trump. And then the AI they're using, which they say is quote unquote carbon based. That doesn't mean it's honest. And it still can be manipulated as a carbon based human can be manipulated. But they think they know what they're doing. And oftentimes it does look like they do. Sometimes not. So back to Charlie Kirk. First of all, one can assume, and it is now out in the press, that Israel and Charlie Kirk were not really getting along all that well, that Netanyahu had recently had reason to perhaps be suspicious that Charlie Kirk, who they would of course know is a selection for being president in the near future, was not going to agree with their positions on things. And Israel, for those that don't know, is run by the Anunnaki. I have lots of evidence of that going back in my work with whistleblowers who have talked about it. One of my most famous whistleblowers was Command Sergeant Robert O. Dean, or Bob Dean, and he said that the Anunnaki are walking the halls of the Pentagon. That was about in 2010 or so. So ever since then, I've also been on the trail of the Anunnaki, and I have reason to believe that a lot of my information is correct in that regard. Now, I don't think that all Anunnaki are necessarily negatively based. I believe they may have some splits. I believe there may be some good Anunnaki somewhere in the mix. I also believe that there is a race of beings helping me do my work. So I just want to acknowledge them. I've got evidence of that. I could perhaps talk at more length at another time. I have talked about it in the past, but suffice to say that I have many people that try to come to me and tell me what they think is going to be in the future, what they think like 3i Atlas is all about, what they think this new swan, so-called craft or comet or craft disguised as a comet, so-and-so, is about, and so on and so forth. They talk about the Galactic Federation, etc. And the Galactic Federation is infiltrated, and it didn't just stop being infiltrated because of some arbitrary something. There are certain people out there saying things about this that are absolutely wrong. I have found over the years that my intuition is very strong, that I'm often correct when it looks like everybody else around me thinks the opposite. So I've learned to, I guess you might say, rely on my intuition and downloads. And so that's how I'm coming forward at this time, understanding that I know there's a lot of naysayers out there and people that think they know what they're doing more so and so on and so forth. That's fine. So I just want to say that in terms of Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to go to this article again, if you look at, and I've got tons of articles, so let me just click on this. So it's called The Charlie Hoax and the White Hat Operations, Enough with the Lies, and that speaks for itself. And the bottom line is that JFK Jr. is a very important part of this whole design, because he actually designed the false flag or the so-called assassination of Charlie Kirk along the lines of what he went through and how it's worked for him. And I have no doubt that he's trained Charlie or given him training to make him able to handle everything that's happening to him right now, being in hiding, going into witness protection, however they decided to design that. And like I said, I believe that the actors involved, which includes his wife, I wouldn't include the children, probably don't know much about that aspect of things. But certainly all of the people that are the top level MAGA people, if you want to call them that, or the White Hats or whatever, that means Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, are having to play their role. They're having to toe the line to go with the party line that Juan sets forward, Juan and the team set forward. And they set this forward again and trained for this operation at least a year ago, possibly longer. And you can think of this as an acting job. Okay, so let's go to Tyler Robinson, who is supposedly the quote unquote, shooter, and understand that he was trained. Okay. And he's basically an actor. He's also a brilliant young soldier. He was probably recruited by the White Hats. So you can imagine, how could he be trained? You might be asking. And you can tell him, well, let's watch Robert De Niro movies and Taxi Driver and try to understand, how do you look when you're being MK Ultra'd, and how should you act? And what should you do to play your role? And so on and so forth. And these dialogues, supposed messages between him and his so-called lover, all of that can be manufactured. All of it can be planned in advance. Both guys can be on the payroll of the White Hats. You have to understand that if you're going to do an operation, it's like putting on a play or making a movie. And because I come from Hollywood for 20 years, I'm very familiar with the idea of faking reality to make everything look even more real than real. And that's what you aim for. So in this case, I would say that Tyler Robinson is playing his part. He may be using sort of some mind-altering drugs. He may even be getting some small hypnosis during certain aspects of his actions in order to keep him going. He also would be prepared to sit in prison, for example, and for them to stage him to have, or in some situation where he's being transferred, just like in a movie, from one prison to another, so on and so forth. So you don't just have one aspect of a false flag. And, you know, I've done dozens of interviews a long time ago with Ole Damagard. So when I don't know what he thinks about this current operation, but if he's half as smart as he always was, he's going to know the whole thing was staged. What I'm finding, though, is that people, even the ones in the know, like me, are not able to say the actual truth, the real truth. They might hint at it, but they're all playing nice. They're all trying to stay on Trump and Juan's good side. And you could think of Trump as, yes, the president. Well, Juan played, or actually was the vice president up until, I guess Vance was brought on board. Now, they've been acting parts. All the White Hats have been acting parts long before they got into the public eye, and even when they were brought in, sworn in, to do certain things like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all the rest. So understand that they were totally prepared, that they would have to play parts during this time. And this will not be the last time they probably have to play a part. So they will know the truth, and they will have to act according to the truth that they're trying to sell to the people for a purpose. And usually the purpose is a good purpose. So they maybe don't even like, I think that Dan Bongino really hates playing a part like that. Some people really don't like to lie to the people, regardless of the reason, even to save somebody's life. Other people have no problem with that and can do it very easily. So I just want to say that if you look at this scenario, you're going to see that Charlie Kirk was, first of all, he wasn't even the guy sitting in the chair. So this is where I started to get involved. I saw some footage of him sitting on a lawn prior to the event, talking to some people. Was quite short term. He stood up. He looked quite skinny. And I don't think I've ever seen him before, as far as I know. Maybe in passing or something on some video, but I really was not aware of him or his work. And obviously what I've heard about him and his work is that he did excellent work and he's fabulous. And I've seen him, he's a wonderful speaker and so on and so forth. And I like the fact that he's argumentative like me and not afraid to speak his mind. So that's a very big plus. So anyway, he stood up and he walked away and he looked sort of tall and slender. When I saw him supposedly sit down in the chair, he suddenly seemed to have gained weight. His face was fatter, and I just took note of it. I just am like that, okay? It's just like when I first met 107, I knew he was supposed to be JFK Jr. I thought he was psychically for years before I met him in person. But when I met him, I couldn't believe the disguise he was wearing. And I just was completely confused because back then I wasn't really familiar with meeting a person who was wearing a body mask as well as a mask over their entire face. And also he does something with his hands. I'm not sure if he shoots them up with some kind of steroids or what, but he makes them fatter. So they fit the fat body, and he wears more than one pair of pants. I've gone through all of that. So what Charlie Kirk all of a sudden did not look like the guy I just saw sitting on the grassy knoll. So immediately I went on guard and started looking at what was being shown to me. And then I saw him get hit in the throat, what looked like in the throat, and slump over. Okay, so it goes really fast, and then you see it over and over again, and it's been out there, and they've analyzed it like everywhere. And the bottom line is that Tyler Robinson was not the shooter. He was a decoy. He did not shoot the bullet from the top of the building, what looked like miles away, not sure the exact distance. And he, again, was playing a part as the decoy. So they have so-called captured him, and Kash Patel is saying they're going to find some other, accomplices now, and Dan Bongino is saying that. And And George Webb is doing a great job of following the trail on the ground, but he does not seem to understand false flags, and he does not seem to see that this is an operation. Okay, he does not seem to even acknowledge Trump and the White Hats. The White Hats are a military worldwide organization at this point, going back to the Kennedy assassination when they really got galvanized and sort of hit the ground running with their operations. They decided to use a lot of the tactics of the dark that the dark had been using on us. They have all military, ex-military, ex-law enforcement, et cetera, intel agents, you name them, who have come on their side. They have special signs and signals that they use, some of which are, put through Q and Q drops and all that. So if you don't know that, I'm just explaining. Obviously, many people watching this will know the whole scenario, but they might not know that this is one of their operations. So I just want to say that because they decided that this young man was going to be their presidential candidate, and they've been grooming him now for years. In fact, I saw evidence that he might have been groomed as far back as 2010 by the White Hats. So this is not somebody that they're just going to let go in public and just ignore. You must understand, if you know the White Hats, and I tried to join them to sign a contract and they wouldn't let me, or one wouldn't let me. So I can tell you that they vet all their members. That doesn't mean they don't have traitors in their midst. I believe they do. Okay. And sometimes I think I know certain people that are very questionable because I have a really good psychic sense. So the first time I ever met 107 in person, even though I totally thought he would be JFK Jr., I thought it would be sort of like obvious that he was. But I had no preparation to see him looking like this fat, middle-aged guy with this total mask on. And so I had to, I looked at him and I said, all I got was on my intuitive level, I got there's something wrong with his face. And I couldn't believe it. And I even have a girlfriend took a picture of me while he was speaking, like just a few feet away from me, to the group that was on that Friday night, invited to Vegas as part of this Sound of Freedom movie that he wanted to screen with us, an advanced screening. And we were all part of the media. I met Nino in person there at that point, and several other of the people that you know are well known. And so 107 spoke there, and he had this completely weird head mask on, as I say, and I tapped into that. But I didn't tell anyone, although I might have said under my breath, there's something wrong with his face, but no one wants to say that about somebody, so I probably kept that to myself. But when I got back from the event, I told one of my close friends that that's what I thought. And then what happened is I had about, I think it happened like 2 months later. So the event happened in February, March, and then in April, there was the Schumann resonance went off the charts one night. I think it was around April 3rd and 4th, I'm not sure. But I got downloads and huge dreams about Trump and 107. And in my dreams, that lasted all night long and were exactly the same as reality, if not more so than reality, such that when I woke up, I thought, no, I'm supposed to be back in that reality, not this. But anyway, I immediately texted him because I had been in contact over going to this event, and just said, you won't believe the dream I just had. And it was all about him explaining to me how he did his disguise to look like 107, as well as giving me tons of other information. And those dreams continued for at least a year. Occasionally, I still get dreams, okay, about the white hats and what they're doing and so on and so forth. Some I share and some I don't. And I'm sure, you know, I text Juan a lot, but I think he just ignores my texts by and large. But the NSA, I'm sure, reads them all. And so they still go through to someone. I don't know who. But I do also think on a psychic level, he occasionally does see my texts. Maybe someone brings them to his attention. Who knows? So the thing is that going back to the situation where Charlie Kirk was skinny on the knoll, went in to sit in the chair, looked like he gained weight, even in the face, and then the situation happened. Now, as it happens, I found a video that depicts the mask and how they did the whole sort of shooting thing, so-called shooting thing. And the fact that, you know, there were lots of good videos showing that it was a squib, that yes, he had a mic there, but there was more than that. And that, you know, there was a special mask that allowed for, you know, this operation to occur. And that there was also some kind of, I don't know if it was a fake bullet or what it was, from the phone behind him, not from anywhere else, and so on and so forth. So we're looking at a designed operation. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my my notes here and see and make sure that I don't forget to say anything, because I want to get through all this. Okay, so I'm going to play this clip. I hope it's right here. Okay, so here's a clip I want to play that's going to show you, actually encapsulates the entire thing. And these are in Juan's own words.
Long and short of it is that you're on his stage. You know, when you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity. And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community, and then you can bring them out later on.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Okay, so I just want to draw your attention to the Secret Service security guy that puts his hand next to Cash. I believe he's a bodyguard. I'm not sure what his real name or job is, but he is actually patting. So the body language is telling me this. Cash Patel has just dropped a bomb, telling you the real operation, telling you that, as Juan just said, and I'm going to back that up and play it again, that he's in hiding, that he's in witness protection. Now, Juan has come out on Nino's show numerous times since I was one of the first people who said, I believe that Charlie Kirk is in witness protection. So since then, he obviously is trying to run a narrative having to do with this operation they just did. So they have to act it to the end. It's kind of like, it's like if you saw, there's a great con movie with Will Smith, and it's called The Focus, and it's fabulous. And that shows you like a con job, how it's carried out, all the cons. And the one thing they tell you in that movie is they can never give up on the con before they achieve their objective. So they have to stick with the con. So right now, the con is basically this left-wing radical who has a trans boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you want to call that person, and was out of his mind, you know, not liking Kirk and wanting to cause mayhem. So that's the party line of what people believe happened. They believe this lone gunman theory, which is never true. This guy is run. He's completely controlled. And in my view of it, I think he's trained to be part of the operation. So I think Tyler Robinson, if you look into his background, was absolutely brilliant. He's a soldier. He's a trained military guy with a great mind who excelled in his schooling. And he was a really sort of probably gung-ho to be part of anything. And in this case, he was faking being a left-winger, even if he did have some left-wing sort of holdovers in his mind. He was recruited by the White Hats, and I'm sure he would see it as a good cause behind the scenes. So when you look at what Kash Patel just said, I'll see you in Valhalla, it's clear that he knows that he was breaking with the con and telling people the truth. But he wanted to do that, I would imagine, because either he was under orders that he could do that, because there are a good part of MAGA that are really trying to figure this out. And this is throwing us a bone, in essence, to let us know that we're on the right track, that this was faked, but they have to stick with it. Okay, so Kash, I think, was given that, role at that moment. And then he goes right back into, having to lie and keep up the facade and say they're going to look for other gunmen when they know exactly who the gunmen are, whoever they had chosen to hold the phone, to have the cons on the stage and all the signaling that went on and this and that. So now I'm going to back this up, because what you have to understand when you listen to this is that when this was shot, which I don't know the exact date, but it was a long time prior to this whole operation happening, I believe. And by the way, he's in the Trump Hotel. I recognize it because I just stayed there, and I stay there all the time when I am in Vegas. So, and Juan stays there all the time too when he's in Vegas, as most people know. So what happens is he is explaining to you what happened to him, what he was part of. So he knows this intimately. He's speaking from experience. So listen again, understand who's talking and his level of expertise in this particular area. Okay?
Long and short of it is that you're on his stage.
Uh-huh.
When you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity.
Now, let me stop it there. So a shared identity. Why did he say that? Okay, about a person who was going to go into witness protection? Because he has a shared identity. There are two Juan of Sabins. I've met both of them. I've talked to both of them in person. I've looked in, very close to their faces, looked in their eyes. I even went up to the real one and just took my hand and actually opened his eyes. He didn't even stop me. And just to prove, because the real one has brown eyes and the fake one has blue eyes. And so I just want to say that that's why he's talking about having a shared identity, because obviously that's how they set him up. When he went into witness protection, they decided the best way for him to operate was to have a sidekick, and his sidekick is called Wayne Willett. Okay, has blue eyes, totally different vibe, but is about the same height as Juan, which is, I think they're a little over 6 feet. And I, like I said, have met both of them in person and talked with them at length. Okay, so let me continue.
And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community, and then you can bring them out later on?
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Then they say that they'll bring them out later, meaning they're still alive, they're in witness protection, they're in hiding, and they obviously probably have disguises in that, but they also actually are, brought out later. I think that's the plan. It's always the plan. So that, because living in witness protection is probably kind of like hell, and especially for someone like John Kennedy, I'm sure that that has been very difficult for him. But he also seems to have, sort of relished in it, the actor side of him, playing this sort of game with society for so long, which has been going on for God knows how long. So I guess since 1999. So, and Carolyn's still alive and she survived and all this kind of thing. Okay. And I know certain things I'm not going to reveal, etc., about that situation and his life and behind the scenes. So I just want people to understand that they tell you that is even an Illuminati thing. They have to tell you before they do something. And that way, if you're too stupid and you're still deceived, then you deserve it. Okay. Basically, that's their philosophy. So understand that is part of this scenario that we're talking about. Now, I'm going to go back to my notes. Hopefully, I can get them here and see if I can touch on some things that I forgot to mention. So there are lots of good researchers out there, and they are putting out all kinds of good stuff, which I appreciate. And I can usually read through something and see immediately if it is truth or lies. And I have been proven right enough to satisfy myself over the years, time and time again. So talking about the freedom of speech thing, talking about what Trump and Juan and Pam Bondi have been saying about, trying to stop the Democrats from hate speech and all this stupid shit is also what the Democrats were trying to do, when Trump never took office. And if you don't know that, you really don't know anything. But for those that don't know that, that was the whole thing was a white hat operation. Our entire country was operating under that. False pretenses, okay? So, but for a reason, because Biden was a pedophile. And so his wife was his facilitator. I saw witness testimony that it disappeared off the web. I guess somebody put it there so I would see it. I'm not sure what, but it went into detail about he was brought children even when he was running for vice president. And the fact that they want to have a statue to him in Washington, D.C. is just insane. These people just don't know anything. They are so blinded by their wishful thinking about life. And I'm talking about the Democrats in this case, that I pity them so much and I wish they would wake the fuck up. And I'm sure everyone else does too. So basically we've got also this issue with a threat from Israel. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was making rumblings and was in touch with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was making him offers to bring him on the side of speaking well of Israel and Israelis and so on. And Israel is run by the Anunnaki. That's why that country does not act much like any country that you've ever known about. Now, other countries are also run by ETs, so don't get too carried away when I tell you this. But there's no doubt whatsoever that Israel is run by the Anunnaki, according to my witness testimonies, all right? And that goes back to Bob Dean, the major that dealt with the Yetis, the Sasquatch, and I have 3 interviews with him. This famous journalist called Barry Shamish, who found out about the Anunnaki as just a member of society in Israel, where housewives.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. It is now clear that something very big is going down, and it does look like a white hat move. Now, my own sources, this includes Russian FSB, MI6, and Pentagon types, are all saying some kind of big military move is scheduled for October. I do not know the details, but it's interesting that U.S. troops were treated to great hospitality at a giant Russian military exercise in Belarus. So this is an indication that Russia and the United States military are coordinating this. The other sign is that the Russian defense minister, defense chief, is in Iraq to coordinate some kind of military alliance. And Saudi Arabia has just announced a military alliance with Pakistan. That's very important because Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and if Israel attacks Saudi Arabia, then they'll face Pakistan aggression. So this is a big one, and it does look like Israel is going to be taken down. Now, Israel is actually, controlled by an inbred group of oligarchs, as we all know, and they are also definitely under attack now. Now, the big one for me was that they designated Antifa as a terrorist organization, and they're going to go after the funding of these organizations. So that means all these rent-a-mobs and all these other things that are happening are going to be facing a crackdown. So that's huge, too. Now, the other thing I'm noticing is a takedown of the corporate media. The New York Times is being sued for $15 billion. And just think about it, okay? It's the New York Times. They're in New York. They never once wrote the truth about 911. Okay, that says enough, That I used to respect that newspaper, but they've lost the plot. Now, the other big one is the Rothschild family is going to sell off their stake in The Economist. Now, they've owned The Economist since before Karl Marx. I mean, this is more than, like 150 years, so that's a big one. And then all these big-time U.S. TV hosts, Jimmy Kimmel and a whole group of them are being removed from their positions. So it looks like a crackdown on this fake media and on these fake rent-a-mobs is actually happening. So I do see signs, and people like Bill Ackman are now being outed. So the Charlie Kirk thing is turning out to be a major white hat psyops against Israel and against the Khazarian mafia. That's what it looks like. By the way, I was told by a CIA type that Charlie Kirk is actually alive and at a U.S. military base. I mean, it's one source telling me that, but it is a well-connected source. So just, it looks like this whole thing was staged and now they're going to take it all away. But the other thing that I think people should be aware of is that it looks like the white hats have a new Donald Trump. Please take a look at this video of Trump and Melania arriving to meet Prince William in the UK. Now, Prince William is 6'3", and the real Trump is 6'3". So clearly, this one is shorter. He lost 4 inches, so it's not the original. But I was told that for security reasons, they didn't think it was a good idea for the real Trump to go there. But the fact is that he's saying things like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is, to quote, is fucking me. When you have a Trump who's saying bad things about Netanyahu, then that's clearly a sign that he's under white hat control. Now, the other thing that's going on is that people are aware now that prominent critics of Israel are not going to be able to end this ongoing revolution. And, I'm especially glad to see Colonel Douglas McGregor now being more open about the real problem facing the United States. Here you can watch this clip where he blames who should be blamed.
The point is that, China's a current boogeyman, so tie your future to the boogeyman and say, now we're all in this together. No, we're not. We're not in anything at all with Israel. Israel is controlling us for one simple reason. He's bought and paid for the United States Congress and the White House. And there's an old saying, there's nothing more reliable than a man you can buy for cold, hard cash. And it looks like that's what he's got. And the audience that he's talking to, as I understand it, consists of large numbers of members of Congress. And I'm sure they've been handed cue cards for the 29th visit so that they all know when to stand up and give a standing ovation. He owns it. Now, how does he own it? Well, we know who the billionaires are in the United States, many of whom have dual citizenship, who have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into President Trump's campaign to get him into the White House and to buy up support for Israel on the Hill. It's worked. They're in control. The question is, how long will the American people put up with this? When do we hit the streets the way people have hit the streets in London? I don't know.
Now, the other thing I'm noticing is that more and more citizen journalists are confronting politicians who sold their souls to Israel. And I think you should watch this one too, of Kash Patel, FBI director, being called out as a bitch for Israel. We should make sure none of these people is allowed to appear in public without being confronted by the Jews. That is important. And again, in tribute to my colleague Robert David Steele, who was one of the most influential people exposing this pedophile network, here's a clip of him speaking. It was because he discovered the financial network with computers in Antarctica that were being used to finance all this. It's clear that the corporate media is being taken down, the oligarchs, the funding that is being taken down, and it's pretty clear too that the United States is going to have to declare bankruptcy. The mathematics just doesn't work. If you look at, for example, all the real estate loans coming due, there was a building in New York that sold for $380 million in 2006, and now it's sold for $8 million. That's going to happen across a lot of the cities. The banks are bankrupt. They're just faking it, and it's an important thing to do. Also, getting back to Trump, it is clear also they're using a lot of computer-generated Trumps as well for security reasons. Watch this clip and look at how Trump's fingers glitch out. So this is a sign that this is AI.